I've been asked to tell of some of the things that I have done and some of the things that have happened in my life. I don't think I've been much different than any average boy at that time. That is, if they had the same opportunities that I did. They may not admit what they done, though. I was a good boy. Well, I wasn't always as good as I sometimes was. I've always been a tease and a practical joker. No, I wasn't quite an outlaw. Sometimes I just bended a little bit. But I never did get into any trouble. That is, other than with Mom. She was my favorite subject. I hope we have enough tape to record all this. But remember, this is like a radio or TV. If it becomes boring, you can always shut the darn thing off. Sometimes I may have forgotten something accidentally. Sometimes it may not have been accidentally. I believe that the good Lord has taken good care of me all my life. I was not always spared all the bumps, and I did not always understand why. But now I can see the why of a lot of it. I was born on July 18th, 1931, in Boone County, Nebraska, on a farm near the town of Boone, Nebraska. Let's go back in time and see some of my past relation, as far back as we have pictures. I would like to introduce you to my entire family. That is me standing there in the back on the right-hand side, my little sister standing beside me, Betty. Right below her is my mother, Sophie Paulson Sampson, and my dad, James Clifford Sampson. This is Mom's parents, Sophie Paulson's. Martin Paulson, born in Norway, the 19th of March, 1877. They were married the 23rd of October, 1902. He died January 5th of 1951. Anna Matilda Carlstrom was born in Sweden the 6th of September, 1880. She died the 19th of July, 1924. This is Mom's grandparents and their family. Morton M. Paulson, born in Norway, the 10th of September, 1844. Matilda Martha Amundsen was also born in Norway, the 11th of August, 1837. Their children were Andrew Paulson, Ida Paulson, and Martin Paulson. And this is Mom's great-grandparents, Anders G. Carlstrom, born in Sweden, 1832, and died in April of 1917. And Katrina Anna Patterson, born in Sweden, in July in 1836, and died in November of 1914. Now let's go to the other side of the family, with Dad's parents. We have James David Sampson, born in Nebraska the 25th of December, 1878. They were married April 5th of 1899. He died July 28th of 1951. Ina Matilda Ackerman, 7th of October, 1882 is when she was born, and she died June the 9th of 1965. Their children were Celesta, Clifford, Charlie, Mattie, and Leslie. Dad's great-grandparents on his mother's side is Charles Perry Ackerman, born in Richmond County, Wisconsin, 29th of November, 1859. They were married May 21st, 1879. He died June the 16th, 1942. Mary Hardy Ackerman was born in Wisconsin also, June the 29th of 1864. She died to June the 30th of 1952. That has been all of the family pictures in the past that we have. Now it brings it back to me. Here I am at 9 weeks old. I weighed 13 pounds. Here I am again at 6 months. I weighed 24 pounds. No, I was wrong there. That was I was 9 months old. But I started walking when I was 7 months old. Grandpa Sampson said, "Don't let him walk this soon. He's too heavy. You make him bow-legged." But it didn't much. I was walking in the yard at 9 months old, where I am now, at 32 pounds. At 1 year and 2 days, I'd lost some of that baby fat. I was back down to 26 pounds then. Some of my first memories was when I had the red measles. I was laying in my crib in a dark room, and those itched so bad between my toes are just going this way. That's one of the first memories I can remember of. Okay. Then my next memories, Dad had an old steam engine that they had out in the yard. And they were tearing it down, and they had it all tore to pieces and junking it out. Then one day, one of our neighbors come over, some friends. They had a boy that was about my size, named Donald Patterson. We went out in the yard to play, and I remember going up, lifting a latch and opening a little door, ducked my head down and crawled in, and didn't quite have room to stand up in there. So I sat down, and I started playing in the dirt, nice and soft, and Donald, he followed me in. We played in there for a few minutes and got back up, went out. Went back up to the house. Mom looked at us. "Where the heck have you kids been?" Dad took one look. He said, "I know where they've been. They've been in the firebox of that old steam engine. That's exactly where we had been. And you can imagine what we looked like coming out of the inside of a stove. About the next thing I remember, we used to have an old rooster that would either put me into the outhouse if I was out in the field, out in the yard too far, or back into the house. He would chase me. Okay. Then later, when I was small, maybe 3 or 4 years old, I climbed clear to the top of the windmill. Dad, he had to come up there and get me down. Then in 1934, we went out to Wyoming to help John Ackerman, that's great-grandpa Ackerman's brother, with some of his harvest. They had a big turkey out there. That darn bugger, he would chase me all over the yard. He only weighed 40 pounds, but I could outrun him. I proved it several times. We went to church at Salem Lutheran Church, and they would hold their ladies' aid meetings and such as that in the basement of the church. One day while Mom was at the ladies' aid meeting, I was riding my tricycle around the sidewalk out there and having lots of fun. There's a couple other kids had tricycles too. Then I got the bright idea I was going to ride up those church steps on the tricycle. This picture was taken several years later. But when I started up them steps with my tricycle, I got way back there on the sidewalk, just long ways. Here I come, just about as fast as I could. That front wheel hit that bottom step, and just about where my hand is where my chin hit on the third step. Of course, it broke it open, it was bleeding. I went down the basement where Mom was, and she finally got the bleeding stopped and made me sit around there for a while. Let me go back outside and play. Well, I went back out there and rode my trike around a little. I should be able to ride up them steps. Something wrong here someplace. So that time I got clear back to the very end of the sidewalk, just as far as I could. Here I come just as fast as I could go again. When that front wheel hit that bottom step, my chin hit the third one again. Right back down to the basement, chin a-bleeding. And Mom, she finally got it doctored up and got it stopped again. But darn, she wouldn't let me go outside and play anymore. I guess she thought that was enough of that old baloney. Our closest neighbors there was about a half a mile away. They had a girl who was about my age, and I would go up there and we would play together a lot of the time. In fact, she was about the only one that had to play with around there right then. I remember going down there one day to play and walked up and knocked on the door. And her mother told me, well, she says, come on in, Bobby. She said, Jermaine's just taking a bath right now, but you go in the front room and she'll be done taking the bath just a few minutes. And then you can go out and play. Okay, that's fine. And so I went through the kitchen. She was setting up on the table in the big dish pan. As I walked by, I had to stretch my neck way up and look. Darn, something's different. Maybe that's why they call her a girl, me a boy. I went on in, sat down on the couch. After her bath was over with, we went outside and started playing. Had lots of fun then. Okay. Then when we were a little older, Jermaine and I was still playing together. And one day all of us, Wirt's kids and I, happened to be over to Wes and Evelyn Parrott's. They were attending us for some reason. And down in the southwest, there's a big black storm cloud come up. And they decided that, well, anyway, they did have tornadoes and cyclones in that area at that time. They decided we better go down the storm cellar till that blowed over. So they went out and opened the big cellar door, and a long ways down them steps. They lit up the kerosene lantern, make about as much light as a match. Down that stairway they went. I wasn't about to go down there. That was too darn far down there and be too dark for me. That wind's blowing out there. What if the wind blows something on top of that door? Then we couldn't get out. Well, finally I decided, okay, I'll go on down there. They had a heck of a time talking me into it. But Wes, he stayed outside and watched the weather, and the storm blowed over. Nothing happened. It was a false alarm, thank goodness. Then later, when we were about 5, we started to kindergarten together. We went to a school that was just a little ways north of our place. This is a picture of the old schoolhouse we went to, taken several years later. But anyway, walking to school, there was a little bridge we had to go across. Well, you know the story about the troll under the bridge all the time. Well, he didn't bother me too much. I never did see him. But there's a big bull out there in the pasture. And they're supposed to be attracted by red. What should I be carrying but a red lunch pail? As we walked down the road, I'd hide that lunch pail on the other side of me, make darn sure he never did see that. I wasn't near as afraid of that troll as was that old bull. I could see him. Then one Christmas, I believe we were probably over to Wirtz's place, and all of us sitting around there, all of us kids around there too, and knock come on the door. It was Santa Claus. Boy, that's the first time I ever seen that feller. And I took off and around behind Dad's chair. Jermaine, she took off and went around behind her dad's chair. Well, he wouldn't come out. Finally he did get us coaxed to come out. And he had a present for each one of us. He gave it to me. Here, Bobby, here, Robert. He says, here's a present for you, too. Okay, thank you. And then after he left, I turned to Dad and says, next time you see that guy, you tell him my name is Bobby. It isn't Robert. Then in 1936, Dad and Martin Wirtz and his brother and brother-in-law came out here to Idaho to look things over out here because the crops had been burning up there in Nebraska. Didn't have anything. We need to look for some new territory, someplace where we could make a living. So they come out here to Idaho and worked out here for about 6, 8 weeks, something like that. Come back home again. Then that winter, we started back out here again. There were Dad's older brother, Charlie, Mom and Dad and I. We was coming through Wyoming someplace, and there was deep snow along the road. Kind of the snow had piled up alongside the road there, way deep. All of a sudden, that car slipped a little bit into that snowbank we went. That snow come clear up to the windshield. Boy, I thought we was really stuck. But we they got out. I don't think I ever got out of the car. They got out, used a scoop shovel, and dug it out, backed onto the road, and we come on into Idaho then. Okay. Then after we got out here, why, Dad was promised a job by Patterson's. The country looked so good out there that we decided we was going to come out. And so we went back to Nebraska to get ready to move out to Idaho. In the fall of '36, Dad and Grandpa Samson combined their machinery and livestock and had a sale. The grand total of both of their machinery and livestock, they didn't sell all of it, but most of it, came to just over $1,000. Dad's very best cow only brought $38. In 1937, we shipped an immigrant car out here. Okay. This is similar to an immigrant car, which is shipped on the railroad. And we shipped our household goods, our clothing, and the car that we had then, and a little Fordson tractor. This looked like the little tractor that Dad had at that time. This is the star car that we had shipped in the immigrant car. Dad bought this car when it was 2 years old and paid $65 for it. I wish I had it now. After shipping everything to Idaho by train, we started to move toward Idaho in Martin Wirtz's Model A Ford. I'm sure this is the same car that we started out here with. We were pulling a two-wheel trailer. There was Martin Wirtz, his son Harry, and his daughter Madeline, Mom and Dad and I. We were come through Laramie, Wyoming, about 5 o'clock in the evening. We were going to try and make Rock Springs that night. But between Laramie and Cheyenne, we hit a ground blizzard. The roads were so slick. Going up a little grade, we spun out right on the main highway. Dad had his overshoes on, and he stepped out of the car to see if he could give it a little push to get it started up the hill again. It was so slick that he could barely stand up on it. Well, the wind was blowing and it was snowing. Well, it was blowing snow. And Dad had his cap pulled down. He just raised his cap a little bit and opened the car door just a little to tell Martin they had to put the chains on. He seen another car coming at us, sideways. That car hit the front of Martin's car. The corner of that car door caught Dad right under the cheekbone here, right up through here. Laid that eye right out on his cheekbone. Of course, it knocked him down. I remember Martin going out, picking him up, setting him back in the car. Our car, we couldn't move. It wouldn't go anyplace. The one that hit us, it was immobilized. He couldn't drive it. So there we sat in the car. The windshield was broken out. The wind was blowing snow in the car. And we sat there and waited. It seemed like we sat there for a long time. Finally, another car come along. I knew Dad was hurt and hurt bad. The other car stopped and picked us up, and he took the other two kids and myself and Mom and Dad. We went back to Cheyenne, or back to Laramie, to the hospital. And I remember standing between the front and the back seat. Dad was laying down in the back seat. I could look around. I could still see him. I knew he was hurt bad. I was scared. All three of us kids was howling to beat heck. And finally I reached up, I rubbed my eye, I looked at my hand, there was blood on it. Then I was scared. Boy, I was hurt too. But we got into the hospital. Then they took us into the emergency room. They started sewing my eye up. I wondered, why the heck are they paying attention to me when Dad's hurt so much worse than I am? Well, I didn't know it, but there was more than one doctor in that hospital. But they took care of Dad. Martin or his kids, neither one were hurt. They come out without a scratch. If any of you remember the old Model A, the rear view mirror on that car was about that thick, the frame and all, where the bracket that was set on. At that impact, Mom was sitting right in the center of the back seat. Us kids were in the back seat with Mom. The impact throwed her up. She hit the top of her head on that mirror and mashed it to where it was just about that thick. Her head swelled up to where she couldn't get her hat on for a long time. Well, we spent about 2 weeks there in the motel. Wirtz took his kids back to Nebraska, and then Charlie came out and repaired the car before Martin got back. But when Martin got back, he drove the car on out to Idaho, and he moved on out here then. Case. Martin's wife, Mildred, was not with us. She was expecting a baby, and her and Germaine, their daughter, was going to come out on the train later after the baby was born. But after Dad got out of the hospital, we went back to Albion, Nebraska, where Grandma and Grandpa were. Well, on the way back, we stopped at Jim and Celeste Baird's, Dad's sister and her husband. They told us about a service station in Minotera, Nebraska that was up for lease. They thought maybe it might be a good idea to look into it. So Dad did. And Dad and Grandpa Sampson rented the service station. It was a 24-hour station with a cafe in it. It was in a good location. It was right at the Y of the main highway. This is a picture of the station as you come into it from the east. Here I am standing in front of the station. Kind of a skinny little runt. But right at this time is when I had the whooping cough too. Well, we had rented the station, and then it was a 24-hour station, and we needed someplace to sleep occasionally, So they rented another house downtown in Minutair, where the one that was off duty could rest while the other would run the station. Dad bought gasoline for 13 cents a gallon, plus $1 to Sinclair for the rent of the station, as they had only bought out the business, not the station. They sold the white gas for 15 cents. Now that was unleaded. The red gas, which was leaded, they sold for 16 cents a gallon. If you were lucky enough to sell 100 gallons of regular gas in one day, you made $10. Dad bought oil for 50 cents a gallon by the 50-gallon barrel full. No, excuse me. Dad bought the oil 50-gallon barrel for 30 cents a gallon. Then he sold it for 20 cents a quart, unless they should ask for the 15-cent oil. Then it'd come out of the same barrel. The cafe kept the station running. Mom and Grandma selling hamburgers, cigarettes, candy, gum, and whatnot. Candy, oh boy. That double-decker, that was my favorite. I thought, boy, all I had to do is go in there and get me a candy bar. But oh no, that didn't work out that way. Mom seen to it that every time that I would get a candy bar, it was paid for before it came out of the counter. Well, there's a farmer that lived just across the road from us. He only had one leg, but boy, could he get around. He would jump his irrigation ditch, jump the fence. That was no problem. One day, the gypsies came in. Well, of course, this farmer, Jack Dilly, he had told Dad that if they ever showed up, to lock up everything. So we did. Dad shut all the pumps off, and we went inside and kept everything real close watch on everything. They swarming around there like a swarm of bees. Finally, one of them did buy some gasoline, put it in the car. One of them wanted to read Grandma's fortune by reading the lines on her hands. But that just one time is all that they ever showed up there. I remember one time Les and I got locked in the restroom. Dad had to take the door off from the inside in order to get us out. And then there were some Mexicans that lived right back behind the station a little ways. They had several boys. I think one of the oldest one probably 15, 16 years old. They were play with knives, and he'd draw a circle on the ground. His brother would put his toe in it. He would throw that knife and stand it right at the edge of his shoe sole. I think I only see him miss one time. Then there was one time I remember there was a little snake come slithering around the side of the station there. And we got after it. He wasn't very big. He was only about as big around your little finger. The boy, could he move? His little blue one. I think he finally got away, but they decided that he must have been a blue racer, because boy, he could really motate when he get to moving. Then in the evening, I don't remember what time of the year it was, but I would go in the cafe, I would get a water glass. I'd go out out there by the pumps in front of the station. I'd catch fireflies in the evening. They were thick around there. I'd take that glass and I'd put over the top of them, And I'd catch them fireflies. And I'd watch them, and they'd just keep a lighting up that way. Pretty quick, maybe the light would go out. So I'd catch me another one, over here maybe. I'd watch him. They would flash just about that often, just about that color. They were real thick, some on the ground, some in the air, flying around. I spent hours watching them fireflies in the evening. I really enjoyed that. Mom's sister-in-law, Esther Paulson. Yeah, Mom's sister-in-law, Esther Paulson. That's Sam's wife. And her sister went back to the Ford factory and bought them some new Fords. On the way back, they stopped and picked us up and brought us out to Idaho so we could pick up our car and make further arrangements to come move on out here. They brought us on out to Patterson's place. This is Charlie and Mabel Patterson. This picture was taken several years later. But anyway, at the time of the accident, or after the accident, Charlie went up and unloaded the immigrant car and brought all of our furniture, farm equipment, and the old car and stored in his barn. So we picked up the Star car and drove it back to the Minnetonka, Nebraska, to the station again. They operated the station for about 4 months and finally decided it was not paying off. The cafe was keeping it running, what little there was. So they sold it again. After they sold out, Dad gave back Granddad Sampson what money he had in it, and Dad come out with a loss of about $40. Well, we went back to Albion again, and seen Grandma. Anyway, Grandma and Grandpa Samson moved back to Albion, and we went to Omaha, where Dad had some additional surgery on his face. The doctor in Omaha removed the real heavy scar that was left on Dad's face and done a much more neat job of repairing it. While Dad was in the hospital at Omaha, we were staying with one of Dad's cousins, George and Carrie Sampson. One night when Mom and I went to go to bed, we noticed up on the wall there's a great big bug, just about that big and just about that size. We hollered at Carrie to come up and see what it was. Oh, that was nothing. That's just a big cockroach. She got a club and killed it. Then, after Dad's surgery was over, we went back to Newman Grove. While in Newman Grove, we visited with some of the other relations, the family. Mom's brother and her sister. Her dad is standing on top there on the right-hand side. That is me down below. I think I have the aviator cap on. And my cousin, Donley Nelson, right in front there too. While we were there, Donnie and I got to goofing off, got into some of his mother's clothes, and, well, you know how kids are. From there, we went on to Albion, visit Grandma and Grandpa Samson, and Grandma and Grandpa Ackerman. And we started again to Idaho in a 1930 Chevrolet that Dad had bought in Omaha while we were there. We had our household goods, some household goods, clothing, whatnot. We stopped overnight in Oshkosh, Nebraska, at one of Dad's cousin's place. They'd had a batch of pups just ready to wean. So the next morning, when we were ready to leave, they gave me a pup. And this is a picture of that little brown and white female pup that they gave me a few years later. We were pulling a little two-wheel trailer too. And Dad said that dog had to ride in the trailer. There was one little corner in the front of that trailer that was open. Didn't have anything in it. So that's where the pup rode, is down on that little corner in front of the trailer. On the way someplace, we stopped at a cafe to eat dinner. When we come back out of the cafe, there that pup was standing on top of the trailer, wagging her tail when she seen us, and boy, she was enthused. Well, from there on out, she rode in the car with me. I guess maybe I enjoyed her company for, close to 12 years, I believe. We got to Patterson's out here just at spud digging time. So Dad helped Patterson dig the spuds. Mom and Dad and I, all three, lived in this little bunkhouse all winter long. It was about 12 by 14 feet on the outside. Patterson told me one day, he says, you see them sparrows out there on the ground? He said, if you slip up on them and sprinkle a little salt on their tail, you can catch him. So one day when we were eating breakfast, I looked out the window. Right between our house and Patterson's, there was a whole bunch of sparrows in the cat station. So I grabbed the salt shaker and out the door I went. Darn, before I got to them, they flew away. Patterson was watching out the window too. They had got a big bang out of that. I started school in the first grade in York Schoolhouse. We were still living in that same little bunkhouse. And the schoolhouse was not modern. It had a long path, the boys and girls' little outhouse. Okay. Fred Wise and I would walk to school together. Fred went to the same school too, and he was only about 7 years old at that time. I don't have an earlier picture of him, but you will see a lot more of him or hear a lot more of him before this is through. I only had to walk about a mile to school. Fred, he had about a mile and a half to go. But in the spring of '38, Dad rented a farm about 2 miles south of where Patterson's lived. But I finished that year at York School. We had lived in that little bunkhouse of Patterson's up until the time that we moved down to this place here. After we moved down there, Mom would take me to school, and then she would come back up and get me. But Fred and I would start walking home after school was over with. We'd walk down the road to where the canal made a shortcut across the corner. It, maybe saved us 150 yards or so. There was no water in the canal that year. So we would walk down the canal bank. Mom, she didn't approve of that. About the second time she caught me walking down the canal bank, she would bring along Dad's razor strap. Whenever she'd see me walking down that canal bank again, boy, my seat end would warm up that razor strap many a time. But, kids, they don't learn. Then the next spring, Dad bought some seed spuds from Chris Wise. I went with Dad up to Wise's to help cut seed spuds. And we were cutting spuds on a table there. For some reason or other, Dad had to leave the cellar. And I was cutting spuds alone there. And naturally, Fred, he come down. Pretty quick, he was a teasing. First thing you know, I get them big, long spud sprouts. Oh, they may be that long. Reaching over there and dangle them in front of my face. It wasn't very long till Dad didn't have any help down there at all. Fred and I was gone with Fred. We was outside playing. He was about 8 years old at that time, and I was 6. We've been the best friends ever since. Dad borrowed about $850 from the FSA and started farming. The first year, he sold his spuds for 25 cents a hundred. That was $90 a car load for 360 sacks. I started in the second grade of school in Stanton, about 2 miles away. It was not modern. It had a large coal heater about the size of our furnace. It had a long path out there too. The place that we had rented, there was no water in the house. We had to go outside the door and run the pump by hand to pump the water for the house, for the stock. Of course, there was generally water in the ditches for the stock after that first year. And it would cool off in there at night. Many a morning, I woke up, went out in the kitchen to get a drink, and take that dipper and break the ice in the bucket of water so I'd get a drink of water. We had lots of snow that winter. It was clear to the top of the fence posts. And Dad and 2 Curtis brothers just north of us would haul us kids to school in the sleigh. We had 2 miles to go. Well, one day Dad got the bright idea. I'm going to take just the front bobs of that sleigh and put a little box on it. That way there won't be so much to haul around. The snow was so deep that we'd go through the field for about the last half a mile or better. So going to school that morning with just the front bobs, I think we upset 4 times going to school. I don't know how many times he upset going home. But that night when he come back to get us, he had the full sleigh. Then during the winter, we took the team and sleigh and went up to Patterson's. Right at the corner there by where Fred Wise lives now and his folks used to live, There was a snowbank there that the horses went up over, and it was so high that the horses' ears touched the telephone lines up above. Then later on, the roads were still closed in. They did get that road open up to the cotton road open there, and we hauled our milk from the milk cows about 1.5 miles up to that cotton road. And we also took the team and sleigh and went to town to get some groceries, which is about 7 or 8 miles from where we lived. In the summer of '38, well, we'd been going to church in Lutheran church there in Idaho Falls. Well, whenever we could, when we could get there, we met some other people from Nebraska. They had lived in Nebraska just a few miles from where we lived. Their name was Axel and Olga Christensen. They had a daughter, Dorothy, about my age. Okay. In the early spring anyway of '39, Ray Paulson, Mom's brother, come out here. One Sunday, Axel and Olga Christensen came over and asked if we'd like to go for a Sunday ride. So we did. We went up in the mountains, up to Wolverine Canyon. Ray was with us too at that time. There was an old dance hall up there in Wolverine at that time. I imagine that was a pretty wild place. But I guess there were dance halls like that scattered out through the country, up the Bone. Various places like that. That summer, Ray worked for one of the neighbors, Charles Kirksey, lived just a little ways from our place. But during the summer one Sunday, we had a terrific thunderstorm. It was hot. Dad was out irrigating, and Ray, he was out with him. And Mom and I were out in the garden. It was a thundering pretty close there, really a rumbling. Mom said, I think we better go in the house. So I'm afraid that's getting a little bit too close for us. Nah, that's all right. I'm not afraid of that. Just about that time, there was one great big clap of lightning hit. Mom grabbed me by the arm, and I left the ground about that high. Said, now are you scared? I said, yes, let's get out of here. Lightning didn't scare me near as much as she did. But at the same time, Ray was mud crawling in the ditch out there where Dad was irrigating. That lightning tickled him too, right while he was in the ditch, and he come a-climbing out of there, mud all over his belly and his overalls. Let's get out of here. Dad said, well, where are we going? Let's go to the house. Okay. They headed toward the house, and the lightning cracked there in front of them. Ray ducked back. Let's get out of here. Dad said, well, where are we going? Let's go to the house. At least we got a roof over our head. They finally made it into the house, and Mom and I was already in there. And the wind was a-blowing, sitting there at the table, and Ray just shivered and he's shaking all over. He's still really shook up from that getting tickled by that lightning while he was in the ditch there. Wind was a-blowing, and all of a sudden there's the pantry door slammed shut. Ray left the chair just about that high. Yeah, it was kind of funny. A few minutes I slipped around, I opened that pantry door again. That wind was still a-blowing. Wasn't but just a little bit. The pantry door come shut again. Ray jumped again. I started back again. Dad, he wouldn't let me go to do it anymore. But it really did hit close. It killed a calf about, maybe 150 feet from where Mom and I were standing. It hit the electric fence, and the calf was real close to the fence, and it killed him right there. Okay. Yeah, we also had an electric fence around our hog pen to help keep the pigs in. And one day, Ray got the bright idea. Dad, he'd feed them a wet grain and such as that. So Ray took a little short piece of wire and ran it from that electric fence and dropped it down into that hog feeder. Them hogs would come up there, getting a bite of that grain, and they stick the nose in there, they get shocked, so they just get a grab at it. That fall, the neighbors just south of us, Bill Hanson's, and us went together and went up into Island Park and hauled wood home so we'd have wood to burn in the wintertime. This is a load of wood that Dad had tied behind that old 30 Chevy on a 4-wheel trailer. Pretty good sized load of logs. Then when I was about in the 3rd grade, I got an old gray horse that I could ride to school on. We bought him for $17.50. I rode him for about 3 years, I guess, and sold him again for $25. Got my money's worth out of him. Besides a lot of other experiences too. Then I'd play Indian, ride the calves around the yard, have a lot of fun with them too. I didn't always have an Indian suit on, but if I catch a calf, well, I'd be riding on him. That is, I'd ride the calf if I could. That one day I jumped on one, he took 2 or 3 steps and he'd stop. You'd kick him again, he'd take 2 or 3 steps and he'd stop. Finally I reached around, I grabbed him with the tail, and I gave it a crank this way, and he jumped just a little ways and stopped. Reached around, I cranked his tail again, and he jumped again, and that time he turned me over and right square on my head. That put an end to my calf riding. That fall, Dad and Henry Reinhold dug spuds together, traded help. Hank really had some big spuds that year. There's a little better look at them. Some of those would weigh 3 pounds, just one spud. And they were really thick together in the field too. Didn't take many of them to fill a basket. Yeah, I used to go down to Hanson's and play with the kids down there. Jean was about my age, and then she had a younger brother, just a couple of years younger than her. We'd play Roy Rogers and Gene Autry and Cowboys and Indians. One day we were playing Gene Autry or Roy Rogers and Dale Evans. We'd rounded up all the bad guys and run them off. Well, you know what Dale always done after they chased all the bad guys off. So I reached down and I kissed her. Why, you little shit. A few minutes later, we went in the house to get her a snack. Her younger brother, Gary, told on her. Her mother looked at me and she grinned. I said, that's no reason to call him that, so you better apologize to him. So she was laughing all the time. Well, I'm sorry, but well, I thought maybe she didn't actually appreciate that, so I didn't do that anymore. But then I rode to school horseback on that old gray horse. We sold milk to one of the other neighbors there that didn't have any cattle. And I would carry the milk in about like a rock bag on the horse over to their place, which was about a mile from where we lived. Then the water stayed in the canal so they could have water for the stock. And that milk that I was talking about was, we would put it in the gallon jugs, and they had a paper cap that went in the top of them to plug them with. And I would carry 2 of those gallon jugs in a rock bag type deal that strapped over my shoulder. And in the wintertime, there was water in the canals for cattle, and the ditch that come down through our place, the ice would freeze over, and sometimes it would be that thick on top of the water. I'd get on my old gray horse, take my little hatchet, go out there and chop a hole in the ice so the cattle could get in there and get a drink. Well, one day, I thought that axe in my hand that way, that wasn't too handy. So I tied a rope around the handle of it and hung on to the rope. I jumped on that old gray pony one night, had hold of the rope, and the axe was swinging down here, and we took off on the gallop. The axe hooked him in the flank. He stopped and he throwed me the farthest I ever was throwed. I went at least 30 feet from where he was standing when I got on my feet again. Then one other time, I went out to open the hole in the ice for the stalk. And I just had to, I don't know if I just had a bridle on the horse, maybe just had the halter on. I didn't even have a saddle at that time. I jumped on him and rode over there and chopped the hole in the ice. Back by the corral, there was a large waste hole that would fill up with water in the wintertime, or in the summertime. In the wintertime, it would freeze over. And it was just about as full as what the fence was high. The top wire was maybe that far above the ice. Well, I come riding back in there, and of course the old horse, he turned and wanted to go the other way. He wanted to go over into the corral where the rest of the horses was eating hay. So right over that ice we went. Just as he got to that fence, I don't know if he tripped on it or he just got across it. He made a real sharp turn to the right. I went off and I landed right on my head. Well, the next thing I knew, I woke up, looked around. Jimmy, it was dark. I couldn't see anything. I wonder how come they left me out here till it got plumb dark. I could hear the other horses. My hearing was real keen. I could hear the other horses up there eating hay, just chonking away, just as if they was right here in my ear. Well, I knew where the house was. It was so darn dark I couldn't see anything. I got up on my feet and I started toward where the horses were. They were gentle. I could walk between them. They wouldn't bother me. I just got up the bank a little ways and the lights come on. It had blinded me temporarily when I hit that ice. I went on into the house, and folks never did know anything about it. We I always had a few little chores to do: feed the chickens, gather the eggs, get in kindling, a few little odd jobs and whatnot, which was good. In 1940, another church member friend of mine, Bob Matthiasen, and I would spend 2 weeks of our summer's vacation together, 1 week at his place and one at mine. His dad would take us fishing. We would weed the spuds and do various chores and jobs, play around together, have lots of fun. I also got a BB gun that year. I could shoot that pretty good. When I'd go out in the yard, why, the old cat, she would follow me around the yard, wait for me to knock a sparrow down so she'd get another meal. One Sunday morning, Mom and I were going to church. Dad, he was out irrigating. We went up the road there, pretty quick looked over in the field. Dad had his shirt off. He never takes his shirt off. He was standing there, he was jumping up and down there, and he had his shirt and just shaking heck out of it. We couldn't go, what the heck's the matter with him? When we got home from church, well, we asked him. Well, he had sat down in a big ant bed. He was trying to eliminate the ants. That's what his problem was. Then learned to drive the car. So one day, after a lot of persuasion, I finally talked Mom into letting me try and drive that old 30 Chevy. So he got it out in the yard. I got under the wheel and drove it out in the yard and turned it around, started back. I was just in first gear, wasn't going very fast. Driving up there, and here come the garage. Getting closer, closer, closer. Driving pretty quick. When I got about 20 feet from it, opened the door and jumped out. Mom just barely got the car stopped just about that far from the garage. I didn't drive a car for a few years after that. Yeah, one night, or I should say one morning, we got up and went out to the chicken house, and someone had stolen all of our chickens. There may have been one or two left, but that's all they left us. Then, about that time, I started getting a little spooky at night. After it got dark, I could walk around the yard all right and come up to the house. But them last 3 steps, I had to hurry up and get in the house right quick. Well, then later on, I come in the house one night and I told Dad, I said, there's somebody out there by the cellar. Nah, there's nobody out there. Yes, there is. There's somebody out there. Come here, I want to go show you. No, there's nobody out there. You go on out there and see. Okay, so I picked up my BB gun and I started out there real careful like. I worked my way up to the cellar. When I got up there close enough to see what it was a big spud sack that was hanging on the side of the cellar, and the wind was whipping it back and forth. After that, the dark didn't bother me. There wasn't anything bothering me after that. Betty was born, my little sister. I believe it was probably in 41 that that waste hole that was in the corral that I had mentioned before filled full of water. And in the spring of the year, there was just a little bitty duck got in that waste hole. He come down the ditch someplace and got lost from his mother, and he spent all summer in that waste hole. Well, long toward fall, why, we decided, well, if we want that duck, we better go out there and get him. So Dad, he took the shotgun. We went out there and got out close to the hog pen. Darn duck jumped up and flew over into the field and landed. So we went over into the field looking for him. About that time, my Pattersons drove in the yard. So Dad, he just handed me the shotgun. Well, he said, go ahead and get him. Okay. So he went back and visited with Pattersons, and I went ahead looking for the duck. I never did find him. Coming back toward the house, I popped the gun open. Shell jumped out and dropped into the ditch right beside of me. No need to go on after, it was too darn deep. A couple days later, why, I seen that duck out there again. So I went in the house to get the shotgun from Mom. No, she wasn't going to let me have it. Finally, I talked her into it. Well, okay. So I took the shotgun. I went out there by the hog shed where it had a pole fence just across the pond from where the duck was. I laid that shotgun down over that top pole, and I knew it'd kick. So I leaned way forward here. When I touched it off, like a whoom, that gun stood me up right straight. But I got the duck over there anyway. After that, I could take the shotgun when I wanted to. We had lots of snow in the wintertime, and riding to school in the snow or up the road, why, there'd be just a little narrow place along the very edge of the road that you could ride. The rest of it had been all drifted in from the fields. And most of the time there'd be at least one stirrup that was dragging in the snowbank. Then in 42, Grandma and Grandpa Sampson and Les came out to Idaho. Grandma and Grandpa Ackerman also came out, but they came out a little later. But Grandpa rented a farm down on the butte east of Shelley. And we worked together with all the farm work. Okay. Yeah, we'd work in the hay and the grain and in the beets. Last raised beets down there that 1 or 2 years. While I was down there, why, occasionally I'd ride my horse on into Shelley and go to the picture show. I think about that time's when I started wearing cowboy boots. I liked them better than anything. Still do. Well, riding on the butte one day, I spotted some old buggy parts. So I found out who they belonged to, and I went and seen Mr. Jensen and asked him about them, and sure, he said, you can have them. So I gathered up them parts and I made me a buggy. And I think it was probably that same year that we were working in the hay, and I don't know, Mom had drove the car out to the field where we were to bring us into dinner. Well, I wanted to drive back. Okay, that's fine. So we all got in the car and headed back for the house. I didn't mind getting right up there to the house. Headed it up the little sand bank there, and there's a little fence there. Dad said, well, he says, okay, put on the brakes. He said, hit the brakes. So I did, real solid, and boy, it stopped right now. But when he went back out to get in the car, I'd hit him a little bit too hard, and I broke a hydraulic hose on the front end of that 36 Chevy. But it stopped us before. Well, going down there to the Granddad's down by the butte, Hansons that were our neighbors just south of us had moved about a mile east of the butte. So occasionally I would stop in there and play with the kids again. One day we was playing out there and we started robbing bird nests or knocking bird nests down. I'd climb up the tree and knock them out of there. Finally, one day there, I started up a big tree. I went way up to the top. I could see that nest way up there. I got just about up to it. Branches were getting smaller, and they were dead. I got a hold of one, and it broke. It turned me loose. I dropped down out of that tree, right flat on my back, arms all spread out, my legs spread out. I knew there was a fence right directly below me. About 10 feet from the ground, there happened to be two green limbs about that big around. One arm and one leg on each side caught on those limbs. They bent way down, come right back up, stopped my fall. I climbed out of the tree, and that was the end of the chasing bird nests. I didn't need any more of that. Yeah, in 42, we went back to Nebraska again for a visit. And while we were back there, I think we were in Newman Grove. I was in the dime store, and I looked in the counter there, and oh, there was a real nice cap gun. Boy, I'd sure like to have that. 98 cents. Well, I don't know if I want to pay that much for it or not. After I walked off, pretty quick I come back. I decided I was going to buy that. So I reached my pocket, pulled out a silver dollar and dropped it on the counter. At that time, that's all we had out here was silver dollars in Idaho. That clerk in the store, she looked at that silver dollar and she looked at me, looked at that, looked at me again, reached down, picked it up, run over to her purse, opened up her purse and put that silver dollar in there and took a paper dollar out, put in the cash register. What the heck's the matter with her anyhow? I got 2 or 3 more of them in my pocket too. They were not used to the silver dollar back there. Everything they had then was paper. 3, I started to school down in Jamestown. That old white horse that I had, we sold him to one of the neighbors. Then we bought another long-legged hot blood mare for $75. She was a good horse, and she was fast. There's only 4 kids that I knew down there in Jamestown. There were Lowell Sykes, one of the neighbors that I went with, Jack Cook, another one of the neighbors that I run around with, and the 2 Hanson kids. That's the only ones I knew down there. But at the start of the year, in order to get acquainted, they had a little game, you might say, that they play. Each person was to write down something that they would like the other one to do, whether they wanted to sing, whether to dance or yodel or whatever. Then they would fold that up and pass them around. Well, when I pulled mine out of the hat, I shut it off a second. And it said to croon like Frank Sinatra. What the heck's that talking about anyhow? Well, over at Stanton, why, we'd singing all the time. So I reached my billfold and pulled out the words to La Paloma. So I got up in front of the class and sang La Paloma in front of them. You know, that year and the next year, I got the lead part of playing Santa Claus in their operettas. Then later on, we was out on the school grounds playing. We were playing football. Well, I happened to intercept this one kid from stopping the other one that had the ball. He turned to me, "You son of a bitch!" I said, "What did you say to me?" He repeated again. I said, "Nobody says that to me." In about 2 seconds, he was flat of his back on the ground and me sitting right on top of him. His buddy was across there, said, "I'm going to go over and help Blaine." Jack said, "I'm going to go help Bob," and here they come. His buddy beat him over there, and he grabbed me by the shoulder and rolled over backwards and turned him loose. And I lit on my feet. I was going to take him too. Well, maybe I've caused enough trouble. I better not start any more. So we both backed off. Later on, I found out that they were the two bullies of the school. That put an end to the bully part of it. There's no more of that. They still tried to give me a bad time here occasionally, but there was no more bullying around. But, well, I was the only Protestant in the school down there. Naturally, everybody's got to have a girlfriend. Who should I pick for a girlfriend? But the bishop's daughter. Well, I was always pretty fast on my feet. Down there in school one day, I would tease this one gal. I could outrun all of them except this one girl. She'd catch me. So I was always teasing her. She's the same grade as I was. In fact, we were both born on the same day, with the same age. I was teasing her one day, and she took after me. I'd be halfway across the yard before she'd ever catch up with me. And then I'd turn sideways right quick, and she'd go right on by. One day I didn't turn quite quick enough, and as she went by, she laid one on the middle of my back. I carried her handprint, I know, the rest of the day on the middle of my back. That was at noon. To go to school, I had to ride 2 miles. And I think maybe Mom had the clock set about 5 minutes fast. We had to be at school at 9 o'clock. So just about 10 minutes to 9, I'd run out of the house, into the barn, put the bridle on my horse, jump on the horse, ride them 2 miles, put him back in the barn again, and be in the schoolhouse before the bell rang. That was a good pony. Okay. One morning I was headed for school. I had a little more time that morning. But we was galloping right along. When I got to the corner where we turned, there was a big power pole that set out, maybe 6 feet from the corner of the fence. One time I go around it one way, around the corner. The other time I go around it the other way. This one morning I didn't tell her which way to go. She started between the fence and the pole, then she jumped this way, go around it. She jumped back toward the fence, and at a dead gallop, you don't have time to make too many changes. She jumped back again just in time. But she missed the pole, but I didn't. She hit my leg on that telephone pole, and it busted my Levi's the seam on the outside from just about even with the pocket here, right down within about 1.5 inches of the very bottom of the pants. It just split wide open. I landed round in front of her. Well, of course, she stopped as soon as I left her back. I climbed back on, kind of stiff-legged for a few days, but I found a pin and pinned my pants together to where I got along the rest of the day anyway. We raised a few sheep at that time, too. Betty was not much higher than what this big ewe was. Dad's holding the ewe in front, and I think I'm standing behind Betty there. Of course, when you're raising sheep, then you have wool. So at shearing time, we would hang this big sack in that wooden frame there. The shearer would shear the sheep. Someone would tie it into a bundle and throw it up into the sack from the top of that frame there. My job was generally in the sack, tromping the wool down. That little sack between Dad and I there, there's about 300 pounds of wool in that. While I was in school down there at Jamestown, the teachers decided to start up a Tonette Band. Everyone in school got a tonette and started playing them. Well, we just learned how to play them real good, or a little bit, I should say. And my buddy and I, Lowell Sykes and I, decided, well, let's try something a little different. So we went to town, we bought us an ocarina, a sweet tater. They were tuned just the same as the tonette, and they had the same sound. So instead of playing the tonette in the band, we would play the ocarina. See if I can remember any of it. Going to school, it was only about a 10 or 15 minute ride. Coming home, that was different. We might detour around past Cedar Mountain, a couple mile east of school. That might take you maybe an hour and a half to get home then. And you know, now the magpies are supposed to be an endangered species. At that time, there was a bounty on them for 2 cents a head. I never could keep them long enough to get in to collect any money, but I got my share of magpies. Then along in the fall of the year, Lowell and I had heard of reports of various farmers around there losing sheep. During the night sometimes, something would come in and kill a sheep. You would take the heart and the liver and leave the rest of it. What it was, they had no idea. The sheriff had come in from Blackfoot, tried to investigate it and figure out what it was. All they ever come up with was that it must be a big cat of some kind. They didn't know what. One night, one of the farmers went out with his sheep and sat down right in the middle of the sheep with his shotgun and his dog. He stayed there all night long. The next morning, when it got daylight, one of his sheep was dead, with the heart and the liver missing. He never heard it, saw it. The dog had no idea it was around. Lowell and I decided we were going to find out what that critter is, where he was staying. We didn't know where to start looking, but we knew of one place that was empty, a house that was in an orchard. Maybe that is where that critter was staying. But in the meantime, there at school, there was a little store that we could stop at, going to or from school, pick up a candy bar or whatever. This one day, when I was in there, I noticed he had a .22 rifle hanging on the wall. Had a for sale sign on it. Looked very similar to this one. I think he wanted $20 for it. Well, I went home and counted up my piggy bank. I had about $19.75. I took it down and offered it to him. He took it. Well, I took the .22 home. Well, I hid it out in the runway of the cellar for a while. About the second day, well, I can't keep that hid. I got to show Dad anyway. So I showed it to him. It's a real nice little rifle. No, he said, you can't keep that. You'd better take that back where he got it. Well, okay, you say so. I guess I can. So the next day, I took it back to school, and at the last recess, Lowell and I decided we're going to go see if we can find that critter, whatever he is. We're going over in that old vacant house that's surrounded by an orchard and see if he's in there. So I told the teacher that I had to go take that rifle back, and then Lowell, he come up with some kind of an excuse that he had to leave. So, okay, we left. We went down to that old house and looked around in there, went down the basement. Not a thing. Nothing ever disturbed. So I got to take this rifle back anyway. But I got to do more than that. I got to tell that teacher where I've been. Lowell said, no, he said, I'm going to go home. Well, I said, okay, you go ahead and go home, but I'm going to go tell that teacher what happened. Lowell went back with me. After all the rest of the kids was gone, we went in and told the teacher what happened. That's the only time I ever did try sloughing school. Teacher told us she was real glad that we'd come back. But I took the rifle back, give it back to him, give it back to him, and he gave me my money back. Well, we still didn't know where that animal was or what it was. One day, I got an idea, and I wrote a little note, folded up, tossed it back to my buddy. It was intercepted by one of his other classmates. And he read it, and he looked at it. What you guys talking about anyhow? So we had to tell him. Well, Okay, we're going to check it out on the way home. We ride right past that place every day. Okay. This is a Spud Cellar that reminds me so much of the very same one every time I go past it. The main difference, the other one did have a cover over the runway that was made out of wood, out of boards. This hole in the cellar back here, it was not there. It was up about in here. But the front corner was caved in, the same as this. There's another hole right back in here. It was about 3.5 to 4 feet in diameter. There was about 4 to 5 inches of fresh snow that morning. There was nothing in there to disturb the snow whatsoever. So it still looked just like it did that morning. So that night after school, the three of us stalked past that Spud Cellar to look it over and see what we could find. The place was vacant where the Spud Cellar was. There's no one lived around here. It was caved in, the front corner of it. It wasn't being used. The two doors, big doors in the front, oh, they were standing open about that far. So he walked down the driveway and into the cellar and looked around. Couldn't see anything. That corner being caved in, why, it let plenty of light in there. Well, the cellar, when they built it, looked something like this. They would just dig the dirt out of the bottom, make a big trough, and then they would lay poles over here along the edge and lay other poles on top of it, back up to this way. That would leave a shelf over here on the dirt and a good support for this roof. Well, it was about 5 to 6 feet from the edge of here, from the edge of the dirt where you walk up to it, to where the poles began. I walked in the cellar. We looked around. Underneath that big hole, or the small hole, I should say, there was a pinnacle of snow, like you turn a ice cream cone upside down right along the wall. And it was just as perfect and smooth as it could be up down along there. Up above the hole, tumbleweeds had blown in there, and they were covered with snow. I walked down the cellar. I walked the full length, clear to the back end, within about 10 feet of the back end. I could see back in there, along up on this edge. I couldn't see anything. I started back out. I got about halfway to the front of the cellar. Hair on the back of my neck started to stand up. Now, wait a minute. Don't start getting spooky now. You've been back there, you've looked, you didn't see anything, there's nothing back there. I went on up to the front of the cellar, talked to the other boys. Lowell and I turned and went outside, up around the driveway. We just got past the edge of the driveway. Hey, you guys, there's something down in here. we whirled and run right back down in that cellar again. This pinnacle of snow that was completely smooth, there was one big track on the side of that snow. I looked up at the tumbleweed. The snow was gone off from it. We run outside and started looking around. Couldn't see anything, couldn't find anything. 4 or 5 inches of snow. There were no tracks. Finally, about 50 feet from where we'd seen this, from this small 3.5 to 4 foot hole, we found one track. About like this. And about that size. Between 7.5 and 8 inches in diameter. Now a cat, when he's on the run, he will leave a track something like this, with his two front feet here and the 2 hind feet back there. That isn't what it was. There weren't two tracks. There was one, just one. You look at it real close, you can see the imprint of a pad and the imprint of 4 toes. I looked in the air, I didn't see anything. I looked all around the ground, I didn't see anything. I looked at the horses. They were tied about maybe 120 feet from where this track was. They were standing there half asleep, waiting for us to go on home. What it was, I don't know. But I do know it was a little bit too much for us, where he could jump that far. We had no business after him, especially even if we were armed. That's what we were after him with. We never did find out what it was. A couple weeks later, we heard a report that they had been losing some sheep down around the Blackfoot area, out around the lavas. That was their problem. We weren't interested any longer, but I'd still like to know what it was. And then later on that spring, when the snow melted off, Sand Creek overflowed again, which it does quite frequent down that area. And there were several days that I wore my hip boots to school so I'd get from the barn into the schoolhouse. Now you may ask, what was their method of harvest at that time? When the hay is just ready to bloom, that's the best time to cut it. It has the most nutrition then. We would cut the hay with a horse-drawn mower, such as this, using a horse-drawn dump rake, and rake it, and then shock it with a pitchfork by hand. We would then load it on a wagon by hand that was pulled by horses, haul it to the stack place, and unload it using a derrick and a Jackson fork or a sling. We're using a Jackson fork here on this picture. At spud digging time, you would hook 4 head of horses on a 1-row spud digger, dig the spuds out and dropping them in a row. Then they were picked up by hand either in baskets, or some people preferred to pick them in a sack. You put them in a basket and then dump them into a sack. Those that used a belt would just pick them directly into the sack and drag the sack along with them as they went. Sometimes the sacks set fairly close together. Here's a fellow that is picking with a belt. Picking directly into the sack, dragging extra sacks behind him with that rope or whatever he has tied to his belt there. The spuds were then loaded onto a wagon and hauled up to the spud cellar, where they were dumped into conveyor. The spud cellars would have a trough running lengthwise of them. You'd have to uncover that dirt and dig them out each fall, and then cover them up again after you got through digging spuds, to keep the weather, the water and everything out of the spuds, to keep them clean and dry and from freezing and from the sunlight. In later years, they developed what they called a bagger combine. This was a device you'd hook behind the spud digger, which would dump the spuds into it and convey them up. And as they did, you would pick the vines and the clods, rocks, whatnot out of the spuds. They would then go into a sack holder that was on the back of the machine. And someone had to change those sacks quite regular. That was generally my job. And it would really keep you humping to bag those spuds as they come up from that one row digger. The sugar beets. That was another awful lot of handwork. They were thinned, weeded by hand using a hoe, sometimes using a long handle, sometimes a short handle. At harvest time, they were lifted with a horse-drawn beet puller and then topped by hand, as Dad and his cousin Forrest Allen are doing here. You would hook the beet and pick it up. Then hanging on to the beet, you would use that big knife to cut the top off from it. Then you would throw it into a windrow to one side. The beets were then loaded into a wagon or a truck, depending upon how far the beet dump was from where you were working. This would be done by hand, either one beet at a time or with the use of a beet fork, which was similar to a spud fork. This load of beets is ready to go to the factory now. This is what the beet knife looked like, with a hook on the end here that you'd hook the beets with, and then the knife part, you would cut the top off. Generally, you would tie a rope or rag or something around this knife here and around your wrist, so you wouldn't have to grip that knife so tight, so you could lift those beets. Some of them were quite heavy. The grain, when it was ready to cut, you'd cut it with a binder. You'd use 3 head of horses on it. It would cut the grain and tie it into bundles, which later you had to pick up by hand, one bundle at a time, and shock it until the grain dried so you could thrash it. Here's a thrashing machine at work. You can see the straw coming out of the end of the blower up there. the green wagon sitting on this side is to catch the grain as it is being thrashed. I think you can maybe see it dumping it in there. The man right here is feeding the grain into the machine off from the wagon with a pitchfork by hand. There's another wagon sitting back here waiting its turn to get unloaded. This took a pretty good sized crew to run this thrashing machine, and where now the one man does everything with his combine. While you're on the thrashing crew, there were several men working there. You'd go from one neighbor's place to the other, trading help. There were generally about 6 to 8 wagons with the team on them, pulling them, and 4 pitchers in the field to help load them, 2 guys hauling the grain away into the granary, and at least 1 man operating the thrashing machine. He had to watch it and oversee that everything was working right. The machine had a grain weigher on the top of it that would weigh just a half a bushel at a time. And it also had a counter on there. So when you got done, you knew how much grain you had thrashed. You'd go from one neighbor's place to the other, and wherever you happened to be at dinner time, that's where the entire crew would eat dinner. Then go home that night and be back again the next morning, ready to go again for some more. That's the way it worked here in Idaho anyway. Harvesting the corn, that was also another hard job that was done by hand. Here's a couple picking the corn and shucking it, throwing it into that wagon. You got that big high bang board on the far side to keep from throwing it over the top. In the top right corner is the shucking hook that you'd fasten on your hand to help pull the shucks off from the corn. Dad could pick between 100 and 110 bushel of grain, of corn, in one day. That'd be pretty good 8 hours work. Then it was, from there, it was hauled into the corn cribs, where it would dry, and it would be shelled later on in the year. I believe it was in 1943 was the first year that I went big game hunting. Dad and Patterson, Dale Coster and Les and myself, we went to Indian Creek elk hunting. I seen one calf, but I wasn't even sure what it was then. I didn't ever try to shoot it. We didn't get anything that year. There was only the one calf and one cow elk was all that was brought out, beside one man. We did see one man that was across the canyon. We heard the shooting a couple times, and across the canyon, why, the guy took off on the horse just as hard as he could run, and went over their way and stopped and jumped off from his horse. Well, he must have got one. Well, it wasn't him. It was his partner that was got. Someone from across the canyon had shot at him. He'd shot at his horse. He got thinking it was an elk. So Clark jumped behind his horse, and the second shot went through the horse's neck, and I believe it hit Clark in the arm. I believe where it was, either the arm or the leg. But he did recover, but we didn't know what happened until it was quite some time later. That year for Christmas, Mom and Dad gave me a little 22. Boy, that is a shooting little bugger. I put 2 boxes of 22 shells through that the very first day. In 1944, Fred and I were in the Scouts, and we participated in their Scout Expo, and in a competition for building fire by friction. What that consists of would be a small board on the bottom, have a notch cut out in it. You put your tinder underneath that notch. You have a bow, a piece of leather shoelace, twist that into position here, set that down on each end this way, and then you'd start cranking it back and forth. Wind it real fast. It would cause a heat and friction down on the bottom and would start a fire. Well, we was sawing away there on that. I think there were about 8 of us competing. And Fred, he broke into a blaze. Mine was a smoking. And the darn stick on the bottom broke. So I jerked out my pocket knife, cut out a new hole, re-notched it, set it back on the tinder, and started sawing away again. And just as mine was smoking real good, one of the other boys from another troop, his broke into flame. Just a few seconds later, mine took off. Even after having to repair part of my equipment, I still come in 3rd place. That year, we went to scout camp. Well, some of the other boys had been to the Teton Peaks, and they really didn't like that too well, so we decided we'd go out on our own. One of the neighbors, Jimmy Craves, decided he would take the scouts out for that week. So he went up to Palisade Campground. We spent the week up there. During that time, we hiked clear up to the upper Palisade Lake. Really pretty up there. And one day we were out exploring, running up the side of the hill, and well, I happened to be in lead, going up the trail, and up the trail there was just a little dip in the trail. So when I come to that, I give a little extra long step. And as I did, I looked down in the bottom, right in that little dip, there's about a 3-foot rattlesnake all coiled. I didn't see him, he didn't see me until I was over the top of him. About 2 more steps, and I stopped where it was safe distance, and he crawled off into the brush, and we never could find him. We gathered up a bunch of rocks and sticks, but he never did show back again. And Fred asked his brother-in-law to get us something to drink while I was up there. So he did. He gives a 5th of mint gin. We took a taste of that. Ooh, that stuff is powerful. You make about 3 trips around the tent before you catch your breath again. Well, maybe Jimmy'd like that. We'll go here and give it to him. So he took it over to Jim. He took that, he tipped it up, spit it out. God, that stuff got alcohol in it. He's an old Swede anyway. But the first shot, boy, that was strong. Second, not quite so bad. Third, everything was numb. You couldn't taste anyway. So then, okay. I think it was that fall that Dad bought another tractor. It was just like this one, except it did have rubber tires on front and a different type of wheel on back. But he had showed me how to start it. It was down in the cellar. Lowell Sykes, my buddy, come over there one day. I was showing him the tractor. I was going to show him how to start it. So I put it in neutral, pulled the spark down and everything, went around in front, took hold of the crank, give it a flip. That darn crank come off from there and whopped me side the head. I didn't get started that day. Then we were down to Les's place one day. I was riding that long-legged mare, and Lowell was with me. We were riding double and bareback. Riding out through the field there on the dead gallop, she stepped in a little ditch just about that wide and about that deep, and she fell down. She hurt one front ankle. Well, got back up again and hobbled along. We let her take it easy. She seemed to recover from it. Then we didn't have too much snow that year yet. I started to school one morning. Oh, there's maybe 2 or 3 inches of snow. And she was on the dead gallop. I just left home just a little ways, and that ankle went out from under her, and she fell down and throwed me off into the snowbank. Oh, that made me mad for a minute till I turned around and looked at her. She had snow from the top of her ears clear down to her nose, and she laid there and shook her head as much as to say to me, "What happened anyway?" Then in the spring of '45, we moved to Patterson's North Place. The main house there at that time was only 3 rooms and a small porch. So I got to use the sleep in the bunkhouse and live out there other than for meals. That was real nice too. It was the same size as the one that we had spent the winter in at Patterson South Place. I was still going to school at Jamestown. I finished the year out down there. But I had about 4 miles to ride now. Just as we moved up on the North Place, why, Lewis Scar asked us if I would sell that hot blood mare that I had. Well, I didn't want to very bad, but, well, he said, "What'd you give for her?" Told him 57 and a half. Well, he said, "How about doubling your money on that?" Okay, so we sold her to him. Then I finally bought me another mare. I had to have one in order to go to school. This buckskin that I'm on right now. We seen where someone had some horses for sale, so we went out and looked at them. And he lived over, I think it was east of Lincoln someplace. All I took along was just a bridle. And I bought this little mare. She was only, I don't know, 2 or 3 years old. Seemed to be real gentle. So I put the bridle on her and started riding home. Well, darn, that's still a long ways home to go horseback. She just drop her head and poke along down the road. I'd kick her in the ribs with my feet. She'd get her up on the trot and bounce along there. Pretty quick, she just poking along again. Come to a tree there. I stopped. I broke me off a branch about that long. Boy, I started work on her with that branch. She'd trot along there down the road pretty quick, just poking along. Darn stick was wore out by then. Went on down the road, found another tree, got another branch off from it. Then we'd trot down the road again for a little ways. That stick was wore out, and she'd poking along again. Finally, I reached down and I pulled off my cowboy boot. And I took her a crack across the ribs when it, boy, way she went down the road, bouncing along there. And I reached down trying to put my cowboy boot on, almost fell off. By that time, she was just poking along again. So that's the way we went on home. I graduated from the 8th grade school down there. This is our 8th grade graduation picture. This is a picture of the top 4 grades in the school. 4th, or the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They were taught by one teacher. The day that we had our 8th grade graduation picture taken, I was tired of that buckskin mare just a poking along down the road. So I bought me a set of spurs. Boy, now I'm gonna make something out of that horse. We're gonna go for a ride. So we come home that night. Mom and Dad down to Patterson's cutting seed potatoes. So I decided to ride down there and help them. I put the bridle on that buckskin and put my spurs on and started riding down the canal bank. It's just a quarter mile away. I got down there a little ways and she just a poking along again, so I just touched her with them spurs a little bit. Bang, around she went and turned around and left me sitting way up in the air just like this. She went back to the house. So I went back to the house too. I got the saddle, went in the house, and got my coat, tied it across the swells of the saddle, make me a bucking roll. Put the saddle on, and I climbed on, and I slapped the spurs to her, and boy, did we go for a ride for a while. But you know, that made one heck of a good horse out of her. She really stand up and pay attention and do what you wanted to, just as she was looking like in that picture there. This is the old buggy that I had mentioned earlier that I put together. There's myself in the biggest one, and then Dolores and Sonny Paulson. In front of Sonny is Rick Paulson, and then there's Judy and Lene Nelson and Betty in the buggy at this time. But after we moved on to that Patterson place, Fred and I were closer together then. We was only 3/4 of a mile apart. So one day we went for a ride up in the foothills with that buggy. We started fairly early in the morning. We had started to head for home, and it was probably about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Both of us started to get a little bit hungry. Well, we was riding there in the foothills, and there's some honeybees or hives over there. It was in the early spring. Well, there's honey in them. Let's get something to eat. So we went over there and pulled the lid off from one of the hives. And bees, they were still too cold to do any damage. They just crawling around. I mean, that one screen there was 2 or 3 of them just plumb full of honey. So I took a pocket knife and cut out a chunk of that honeycomb about so big around. Put the lid back on that and went over and took another chunk out of another one. Put the lids back on them. Got on the buggy and started heading for home. You know, it don't take too much of that honey till you got enough. I'm not too sure that Fred still likes honey today, at least not in the comb. I'm sure of that. Fred and I was always running around together and doing things together. And we'd both got to messing around with cigarettes. One night we were uptown, just walking around the street there, maybe going to a picture show or something. We both got big cigar. We was walking down the street there, puffing on that cigar. Who should we meet but Carl Whiting, one of our neighbors that lived just fairly close to us. We stopped and visited with him for a little bit, went on. He never did say anything about it. But then that year, I bought a .22 revolver. And I would take that out in the field and shoot and target practice and shoot at different things. Well, that's what's wrong with my ears today. Every time I would shoot that thing, my ears would ring like the dickens. One day, they never did quit. They haven't yet. Then when Fred was down our place, we found a fur coat. I don't know if it was bear skin or what it was. It was a big long fur coat that come clear down, long tails on it, had a wide collar on it, about that wide. You turn up and stand way up over your head. So we got an idea. We figured we was going to go to scout camp next year. So we took that coat, and on that long collar, we tied some ears on it. Stuck up there a ways. The split tail on it, I take a string and tie it around my legs. Boy, that made a perfect bear. So we went to scout camp that year. Eldon Hall and Burl Reinhold were the two boys that were overseeing the scouts. They were just a little older than Fred and I, not too terrible much. But we went up to, we drove up to Leesburg just to look around and into Myers Cove. That's where we planned on camping. But they had it closed to campers at that time. We went up in Eldon's, took his dad's truck. We put a canvas over the top of it, and all of us boys rode in the back end of that stock truck up to the camp. And on the way, we were in the Cobalt area. Riding up the road, right straight up the road. I flip my compass out and look at it. The arrow would be pointing right straight up the road. Pretty quick it'd start to turn and swing around. Pretty quick it'd point right back behind us. Compass is no good to you in that area. We went into a old cobalt mine. We just walked in there maybe 50, 75 feet. I took my compass out and opened it again. That needle swing back and forth. Pretty quick it just went around and around that way inside that mine, so I just closed it up. The compass is no good to you in that area. But we finally did find a nice little spot to camp. And so we set up camp there right along a little creek. Fred and I told Burl and Eldon what we planned on doing. Well, Fred had his mother's old 44-40. I had my 22 pistol. We let it be known to the boys and just checking out, make sure no one else had one. So this, about the second night, I'd slipped on this big fur coat, pulled that hood up over my head this way, tied the leggings down. It was just getting good and dark. The boys was going to bed. I went over to the other tent, put on a pair of leather gloves. I reached up and I scratched down the side of that tent. Nothing happened. So I scratched down the side of the tent again and, hey, listen. Something's out there. So then I went around in front of the tent and I got down on all fours. About that time, the front flap come open. Dave Wise, Fred's kid brother, turned the flashlight out there, shined it around. Fred was back where he could see. So I turned my head the other way where he couldn't see my face. That light come on to me. Bear! That flashlight flipped, made about 3 circles, lit on the ground. Away they went under the back of the tent. Bernard Hershey went right clear to the bottom of his sleeping bag, and next morning, well, so then I headed toward our camp and started getting out of that coat. The flashlight was still laying on the ground there burning, so I didn't want to go that way. I headed back through the timber, run into some little trees, and I finally got through there. About the time I got my coat off, why, Fred, he hollers, there he is! Fired that 44 in the air. By that time I had my coat off. I whipped out my little 22 pistol. Let's go get him! I fired one in the air too. Up the canyon we went, up the trail. Well, we put our 6 guns away and started lighting firecrackers. Didn't make just much noise. Finally, we got up the canyon far enough to where they couldn't hear us. And we sat down and we laughed and laughed for I don't know how long. The next morning, there was bear tracks all over that place, especially one right there in front of the camp where I started to move right quick, and I slipped, my hand hit the ground, and boy, there was a bear track. That was my handprint. Anyway, Bill Sheets, he was camping with Fred and I, and in the evening, we took some, I think it was some of this cocoa that you just pour water with and just a chocolate mix. And I had my little stove with me, so we'd put that in a pan and stir us up some cocoa. One evening, Fred was sitting there. Darn wood tick anyway. He made a motion like that. And, yeah, I said, there's another one. So we'll make some wood tick soup here. Well, we got our cocoa warmed up. After adding a half a dozen wood ticks to it, Bill Sheets, he wouldn't drink any of it. I think it was the next night he moved out into the other camp. This one evening, we were sitting there in camp waiting for a cocoa to cook. We heard the mosquito buzzing around in the camp there. We couldn't find him. I got an idea. We light up our pipe. So we lit up our pipe. Fred and I both started curling the smoke around there. Pretty quick, you'd hear that old mosquito. End of, we never did find him. Okay. Along with our wood thick soup, Ray had furnished us with another fifth of mint gin again. We were pretty careful with it though. Pouring around and looking around, those hills are real steep. And we started to run down the side of a hill. Oh, it wasn't too bad. It got a little steeper and a little steeper, and run a little faster and a little faster. Pretty quick, I seen a log down there. It's coming up on it. Oh, it was just a little one. When I got right up to it, it was just about this high. I made one big jump over the top of it. That hill was so steep that I just sailed down and down and down and down. Finally, I lit in some small shale rock and slid to a stop. And I looked behind me just as Fred cleared the log too, and that's the longest jump I ever did make. We didn't try it again. We thought once was enough. Then we went up on top of the hill, sitting there above camp one evening, just enjoying the scenery. And pretty quick we heard something start out with a real low bellow, and go up to a real high pitch, and he'd shut it off. There was bird. He'd fly around here and he'd give that whistle again. Pretty quick he'd give the whistle again over here. Pretty quick he whistled over here and the bird was over there. Now wait a minute. There was about 4 or 5 bull elk that were whistling back and forth in that area. That's the first time I ever did hear them whistle. Then after we come back home, we went ahead with the general farm work, the thrashing and whatnot. Fred and I teamed up together as pitchers out in the field when we were thrashing. Of course, we was always pulling something on one another, whatever we could to get the best of the other one. Once in a while, we'd throw a bundle of grain clear over the wagon and try to hit the other guy. Anyway, later that fall, Bill Clapp happened to come along, and he was soliciting for Roy Howe's Hawaiian Guitar Studios and looking for more students. Well, we talked it over for a while, and finally I accepted. I started to school in O.E. Bell Junior High that year, and Roy's studio was just a half a block away. I had to walk 3/4 of a mile to catch the bus, but I'd take my guitar on the bus, and then after school we'd go over to the studio and have the lessons. I think the first course was for 56 weeks at $1.25 a lesson. At the end of the year or the term when the lesson was over with, you would receive your free guitar. That went along with the deal. So after the first term was over with, then of course we had to have a concert. A Hawaiian concert, while we had to have a Hawaiian lay also. I finished that course and started the second year. It was a little bit different. The first course was in A major tuning. The second year was in E major. Well, it was the same thing, but it was a little bit different and confusing. So after about 2 or 3 lessons, I quit. So before I started playing guitar or picked the guitar lessons, Fred, he had been taking a few piano lessons, but he really didn't like them. Well, after I started the guitar course, he decided he'd take up the accordion. So he was taught by Bill Clapp, who is now his brother-in-law, and he learned to play the accordion. I mean, Johnny Clapp, not Bill. And so we started playing together, practicing together. We was together all the time anyway, so we really had a lot of fun doing that. And we continued to play together until I got married, and then shortly after that, he got married also. Okay. In the spring of '46, Mom decided she wanted to have Betty and I make a record. Actually, I guess this was in '47, in the spring of '47.
I am 5 years old. I am going to sing Mexican Rose.
While I was still taking lessons, then I bought me a electric guitar. I got this guitar and the amplifier for $150. Later on, I bought the stainless steel stand that it goes on. This cost me $18. Try buy one of them now. Fred and I was always together, riding around horseback in the hills. I most always wore a hat, generally black. I know that tells you anything or not. Anyway, we would ride just about wherever we wanted to around the hills. There's no fences, nothing to stop you. We'd rode up to Wolverine, and just out of the Narrows there a little ways, there's a place they call 40 Horse Cave. We explored that. Then we come back over the top of the mountain, and we run into a large hole in the ground that was a real yellow colored material, kind of a combination between clay and rock, and a Prince Albert can down there with a guy's name in it. Apparently he'd staked a claim on that. What it was, we have no idea. We never could find it again. I'm sure it's still there. It was about, maybe 7 or 8 feet deep and about maybe 8 feet around. Well, another place up the canyon a ways, up Taylor Canyon, there was an old mine shaft. I knew it was there. I'd never been in it. So Fred and I took some flashlights one day, and we went in that mine. It was big enough you could stand up and walk in there, probably 8 feet wide. Darn flashlight don't work very good in a mine or inside of a cave or any place like that. But we could still see where it was going. We went way back in there a long ways. Pretty quick, so we seen a little chipmunk run out around the edge of the cave where we'd come to the end of it. Well, we looked just about another 6 feet in front of us, and there was a big hole. Went down. I wonder how deep that is. Picked up a rock on the side here and dropped it over in the hole. Plunk, 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 plunk. How deep that was, I'd have no idea. That rock was bouncing off on the side and still going down. We come back out of there, and I think since then someone has dynamited the entrance to that closed. Be a real good idea. Then one day we were riding down past Rocky Knob, another point up on the hills, and we just riding along there real quiet like, enjoying the scenery, and all of a sudden, well, we wondered if anybody was around. We had never seen anybody. So, just riding down the canyon, and reached for my 6-gun. I looked around, I leaned forward on my horse. That throwed him into high gear. I looked back over my shoulder. Fred was laughing to beat heck. He'd lit a big firecracker and dropped it in the trail. Well, we settled down. Then another time we was riding up in the hills there, and just out of nowhere in the sagebrush, there's a little box, just so square, so high, little cardboard box. So we opened it up. Inside there were some things that look kind of like this. I don't know if we can see that or not. But a couple of wires coming out of it. What they were was dynamite caps, electric dynamite caps. What they were doing up there and why they were there, I have no idea. But, well, let's see what we can do with them. So we took 4 of them. We took them over set them up on the side of the hill. Then we backed off a ways, took our 22s, pulled down on them. That's really not a very big target. Finally, when Fred pulled down on one, he hit it. Gee, that echoed and banged, and you could hear that for miles. Let's get out of here. We figured somebody would be up there looking to see what the heck was going on. So we took off and rode over the hill for a ways. Sit down on top of the ridge and letting our horses stand up on top of the hill. We sat about that far apart. We'd sit there for 5 or 10 minutes just talking, looking around. Pretty quick, something moved right between our feet. We both, just like as sitting on springs, we lit right on our feet. It was a great big horny toad, about that big around, the biggest one I ever did see, and it was the first one that I ever seen. But he sure did surprise us. Then one day we was riding back from being up in the hills there. We got caught in a rainstorm. Boy, how it did pour down. We were still quite a ways from home. And, boy, it just soaked plumb to our hide. Finally, we come up on an old house that was abandoned, and so we took our horses and tied them up in the barn. Of course, the roof was leaking, boards had broke up there, but it was a little bit of shelter. We went in the house. All the windows was gone, the doors were gone, plaster was off in the wall. All it was just a shell. God, we was cold. So right in the middle of the living room floor, we built a little fire. We got warm, got the chill off. Then it quit raining in a few minutes, so we put the fire out. No damage done, didn't even scorch the floor. Another time we were riding up in the hills, and we'd been riding quite a while. We decided we better come home. So we headed for the valley. When we come out, we were about 2 miles north of where we had intended on coming out. We started about 4 miles south of there. That time there was no fences. You could go wherever you wanted to go. Yeah. In the summer of 1946, I was confirmed in the Lutheran Church. This is me right here. In the summer of 46, Ed and Leora Rankin and their boy Emery stopped in. That is some more of our relation. They were from California, had been traveling through Nebraska and Wyoming, wanted to go to Yellowstone Park. But Emery, he was tired of traveling. So Mom and Dad and Emery, the Rankins went to the park. Emery stayed home with me. I done the milking, the feeding, irrigating, and everything there for 3 or 4 days. They had a good trip, and we had a good time. Everything worked out real well. I was about 15 at that time. In 46, Dad's older sister, Celesta, and her husband, Jim Baird, moved to Idaho. They farmed the Virginia Blackburn place that we had lived on previously. They had 2 boys. They had 2 boys with them. The older one was married, I believe. Don and Lloyd were the 2 boys. Lloyd was just a little older than Fred and I. But we started running around together. Now there's 3 of us. This is Lloyd Baird, my cousin. He and Fred and I started running around together that year. They were only here for just the 1 year. Along with the Bairds came some of their friends, Ernie Howland and his wife. They had a daughter, Dorothy, and she was about the same age as Lloyd. Lloyd, he kind of liked her and was interested in her. So we started going around together, and then Lloyd decided he would like to meet some of the local girls too. Well, I knew of one that she's just a little older than me. You'd be just about right. Laverne Hershey. Okay, I'll make a date with her and go out with her, and you can get acquainted with her and take over from there. So I made a date with Laverne. Laverne and I was together. Lloyd and Dorothy were together. We went to the movies, down to the soda fountains and whatnot. We had a lot of fun. Only Lloyd, he didn't show too much interest, and frankly, I was rather glad of it. I was enjoying her company too. I believe the girl that Fred was going with at that time lived in Swan Valley, so she was not with us, but the five of us would go together several times that summer, and we enjoyed it. Then Lloyd and his folks moved back to Wyoming again. Wait a minute. That fall, Dad and I started to work in the Spud house over at Cotton. And, I worked there for a week or two, I guess, for George Peters. That is until they found out how old I was. I was only 15. They said they'd like to keep me on, but they just couldn't do it. So I went home and I just helped with the chores and do whatever I could around the house. And I think it was about that time that I was teasing Mom real bad. They happened to be sorting spuds at our place at that time. And I was giving her a bad time. She was busy washing dishes. And I'd tease her, untie her apron string and whatnot. Pretty quick she turned around, she started after me, she had the dish rag in her hand, just a swinging it back and forth. I could hear that dish rag just a swishing behind me as I went out the door, out toward the empty yard. About that time the Spud buyer and Wallace Harvey walked in the driveway. Wallace hollered over there, "Hey Bob," he said, "don't let her do that to you." Mom turned around, right back into the house she went again. And I went down the Spud Cellar and I stayed there for a long time. In '47, I helped Dad on the farm with the general farm work. And at the age of 15, I started getting quite a bit of fuzz on here. So that's when I had to start to shave. That is what I used when I first started, was the blade razor. At the age of 16, I decided, well, I'll grow a little mustache. It's been there ever since. The razor slipped about 3 times, and other than that, that's the only time it's been shaved off. I bought my first car, a 1934 Chevrolet Coupe. Fred, he bought his first car, a 1934 Chevrolet 2-door sedan. Well, I put a brand new set of 17-inch Goodyear tires on it. I drove it in the Spud Cellar and I gave it a new black paint job. For his paint sprayer, I used the sprayer off from Mom's Kirby vacuum cleaner. It didn't look bad. Well, not from a distance anyway. There was a program on the radio about once a week where the country western music, they were called the Range Riders. Fred and I had been practicing constantly from way back whenever we started. And 2 different times the Range Riders asked us to come up and play on their radio program with them. So we got to play on over the radio a couple different times anyway. The one on the right is Jerry Cotterill. He's a steel guitar player. The one on the center is Ray Quinton. He's playing the Spanish. The bass fiddle player, I'm not sure who he is. He's a different one than what was with them when Fred and I played. He was Carl Blomberg, played the violin when we were with them. After the Spuds were out that fall, Les and I went to work at the Bonded Warehouse, Spud House. for $1 an hour. I was on the country crew where they would go out and scoop up and rough sort the spuds, sack them, and haul them to the warehouse. That was hard work. And that big Mexican drag line, that was a little bit too much to handle. One morning I happened to be a little bit late getting to work. Country crew's already gone out. Well, I got to work in the warehouse that day. That was a good deal. So a few times more, why, I conveniently come in a little bit late. Well, then they didn't think that was a very good idea. I almost got canned over the deal, but anyway, I stayed with it. And one morning going to work, I would drive up the Park Road and turn there on 21st Street, just past the Rose Hill Cemetery. I'd drive my little 34 Chev, and it was in the wintertime, the roads were slick and icy. I started up that little grade, and the darn thing spun out. So I backed down the hill, I started up again, and spun out again. So I backed down the hill again. I remembered the mechanical brakes on that. The left rear wheel grabbed just a little bit quicker than the other one did, and that's the wheel that was spinning. So that time when I started up the hill, I got just about where it started spinning out, and I pushed on the brake real easy like. That made this outside wheel take a hold, and I drove right on up the hill and went to work. Another time when I was going to work, it was real cold in the wintertime. That darn thing, radiator froze up on me. So I had to drive it down the basement of the warehouse. They had a great big furnace down there, and I put it right up against the furnace and get it thawed out. By the first part of '48, I'd worked my way into the warehouse, working wherever it was needed. I was working back on the hopper. That is where they dump the spuds in and they go through the sorter. Of course, they were sacked in sacks and sold. Each one of them would weigh between 100 to 110 pounds. We had to cut the string on them to dump the spuds out. This is the knife that I used at that time. And this blade did look about like this one when I started. It wore down considerably from the dirt in the sacks. But anyway, they would bring those spuds in and pile them up back there by the hopper, and maybe 10, 11 sacks high. That long ways up there. I could just barely reach up and put my hand on the seventh one. Well, in order to get them down, we'd just go up and pull one out of the middle, and they'd all come tumbling down. We'd dump them in the hopper, and I started back in after a sack of spuds. Les was there, another boy by the name of Nephi Whitaker. I just got back in there, ready to pick up the sack of spuds, and Nephi hollered out, said, "Look out! Here are the two of the top sacks rolled off from the very top. They were right together, and they hit me right square on top of the head, both of them. One fell off on one side and one on the other. It buckled my knees, but I didn't go down. Well, really didn't even get a headache. I didn't think there was any damage done. But a few years later, why, apparently there had been some. We would, in the same building, there was a butcher shop called the People's Market. We could go back in there and we'd buy a great big box of weenies. Boy, they made the best weenies I ever did get to taste. And a lot of times we would work late at night, and we'd go in and get a box of those weenies, and boy, they were really good. Then they put a Coke machine in the warehouse there, so we'd have something to drink too. Well, one night I come home, just 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that, and I didn't feel too good, so I didn't go in the house for supper. Mom, she asked me, "What's the matter?" I said, "Don't you feel good tonight?" "No," I said, not really." Well, I said, "I know what's the matter. You leave that Coke machine alone. So you've been drinking too darn much of that Coke." Well, that wasn't quite the name of it. The name was Virginia Dare and Sunnybrook. But as long as she thought it was a Coke, that was all right. Fred and I continued practicing together, and sometimes when the boys would work late, when we'd work late on Saturday or get done on Saturday afternoon, Fred and I would go in and play her music there in the warehouse while the other boys had a beer party. One Saturday night when Fred and I was in town, we stopped in at a little soda fountain place, and we ordered up a couple of root beers. I think they were 20 cents a piece, and just ordered them up. And the gal sent them up in front of us. Fred turned to me and said, "Say, Bob," said, you got any money?" "I don't know. I think maybe I got a couple nickels here, and maybe I spent the rest of it." "Well," he says, "I got 2 nickels too. There's 20 cents. "Well, that ain't quite enough. I don't know." Anyway, we had 4 nickels. You know, if we had just twice that much money, uh, if them nickels was dimes, I think maybe we'd have enough money to pay for it. Well, darn, we'll have to try and figure out some way to. I know. I just change them into dimes. Okay, I know you can do it. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, we'll just try some of this hocus pocus and rotten tomatoes and all that old baloney. And there's the 4 dimes. The little waitress, she looks at them. She shook her head and walks away. Went over and helped another customer and come back. She looks at him again. About that time, the manager said, "Oh," he says, "go ahead and take them." He said, "They're all right." But we sure had her going for a little bit there. Then that December, the bond had thrown a Christmas party for all of the employees. And they asked Fred and I to bring our instruments along with them. They'd already hired a piano player to play for them while they was having the party. Well, the piano player played for a little while, then decided she was going to take a break, so Fred and I took over. And we played 3 times as much as what she did. And, of course, there's all the drink you wanted, whatever kind you wanted. I'm sure there's still a mark on the top of my amplifier where someone set a drink down and left the ring on top of there. That was at the Tower Inn, just south of where LeBaron's is now. And that kind of started things off. Then in the spring of the year, I don't know, that darn car had a bad habit. Every time I'd come home from work, why, it'd get just about up there, it'd start slowing up, it'd turn and pull in there, pull into Tower Inn. Stopped in there one night and ordered up a whiskey sour. The bartender looked at me and said, "You old enough to be in here?" Well, I said, "Not quite." Well, he said, "Okay." He said, I'll mix this up for you." I was 16 then. So the next Saturday night, Fred and I went to town. Well, we stopped in there again. And that bartender was in there, plus the one that had been in there previously. And the earlier one, he turned the other and he said, "There," he says, "there's them two guys I was telling you about. They come in here and set up at the bar and they ordered a straight apiece with a whiskey sour chaser. They done that about 3 or 4 times and got up and walked out of here as if they'd been drinking water. Didn't show any effect on whatsoever." In the spring of the year, why, I helped Dad get all the crops planted again. In the spring of '48, one of the neighbor boys, Billy Sheets, come over and asked if I would like to go to Yellowstone Park with him and one of his buddies. Sure, that would be fine. This is some of the things you'd see up there at that time. In the trees there are some elk, but they're quite a ways away. Kind of hard to see. This was a real common sight at that time, to see a bear right alongside the road. And there was always a lot of people taking pictures of them. They attracted a lot of attention. Here's another one sitting along the road, looking for a handout. And then there was people like this. The bear was getting a handout. He was very fortunate. That man was very fortunate. That's all he took. It could have been his hand as well. He was feeding him a slice of bread. And I snapped the picture just as the bear was opening his mouth to take the bread out of his hand. No wonder they have accidents up there. In July of '48, the bonded went down to Glenn's Ferry to sort red potatoes. So Fred and I got a job with them. This is my little 36 Chiv sitting in front of our motel room. We worked down here for about 3 or 4 weeks, and boy, it was hot. You'd just work for a little while in the morning, and it would get up to around 110 degrees during the day. They'd have to stop digging spuds during the day and just dig early in the morning and late in the evening. Of course, when we was down there, we could find a bottle then, too. Here's Fred with a big bottle of beer. I never did like beer anyway. This is the inside of our motel room. There was a place there at the foot of the bed where I would plug in a hot plate and we'd fry taters. And we didn't eat too well, but we had a lot of spuds to eat. One Saturday night, I was frying spuds, and we'd already been down to the state drugstore. While I was cooking the spuds, I looked out. Fred, he was nipping on that fifth of whiskey. Well, he wasn't going to get ahead of me, so I went out there to help him. Well, before it was over, we'd finished that thing. A little later, both of us got sick. He was in the bathroom there trying to get rid of his, and I went into the shower trying to get rid of mine. I come back out. Boy, that bed was going around and around and around. Pretty quick when it come around a little bit closer to me, I made one great big jump and I landed on the middle of it. I didn't remember anything until next morning. But I felt fine the next day. I never did have a hangover. Fred, he generally did. We were working for Grenier Produce was the name of the place. But after the run was over, we headed for home. We just took our check. We didn't cash it there in Glenn's Ferry like we should have done. We went on up to Shoshone. And I decided, well, I'm going to get something for Mom before I get home. So I stopped there to buy a bedspread. Well, the best place to cash the check would go to the bank. They got the money. We had one heck of a time getting our check cashed in there, but they finally did. I bought a bedspread for Mom and put it in the car, and we headed for home. I had bought a little 36 Chevrolet, or 36 Ford, but just before we went down there. That's what we were driving. We stopped out in the middle of the craters of the moon to take some pictures out there. While we were stopped, some of the bonded boys went by with the trucks. Well, we jumped back in the car and I took after them. We're going to come home together. Hadn't gone very far till I throwed the rod in the car. Well, there we were, way out in the middle of the desert there in the craters of the moon, and those guys were already ahead of us. So Fred, he caught a ride on into the next little town. I think it was Cary there or someplace. And, well, they happened to be stopped there and in getting them a beer. So Fred, he got one of them to come back. We tied about a 20-foot log chain on the back of the truck, towed the car home. Well, then, after towing the car home, I had to repair it. I lost about 10 pounds while I was down there, and I showed a profit of about $30. Fred and I continued to run around together, only our field had expanded. We were still going to picture shows, to the soda fountains, but now it was also bar hopping. One night we lost the car. Couldn't figure out where it was. So we walked up one street and down the other. After we'd covered about half the town, I told Fred, I know where it is. I remember where it's at. Okay, he said, you lead me to it. I'm right in your footprints. So I took off down the sidewalk just about as fast as I could walk, and he was stepping just every step that I was, right in the same place. The car was parked down by the Midland elevator, right at the edge of town. That's about where the government office building is there today. Well, the next morning, Fred's folks asked him, what kind of a game was you and Bob playing last night? Oh, why? Well, Bob was walking down the street just as fast as he could. You were stepping right in his footprints. What was going on anyhow? But anyway, then one night we were out to Nettie and Hank's. That's my aunt and uncle. and visiting with them, and Fred, he mentioned that he had his 4440 with him out in the car. And he got that out there. The boy said, I'd like to see that. So he brought it in and showed it to him. How about letting me shoot that? Okay, fine. He was after dark. So he took it out on the porch, and he takes that gun and pulls it right up here, real close like this, pulled the hammer back on it, and that gun come up, that hammer caught him right between the eyes up here and skinned his forehead and his nose. He didn't want to shoot it anymore. Grandma Sampson was working at the White Star Laundry. Grandma, she was quite a matchmaker. One of her co-workers was a nice-looking young girl. She's just a little bit older than me. But Grandma asked me if I'd go out with her. She wanted to know what kind of a girl she was. I don't know who she was checking on, the girl or me. But I accepted. We went out on the blind date. Her name was Florence Likes. Their home was that of poor people. It was badly run down, had no paint. But she was clean and nice, and a very nice girl. We had a good evening together. The next day she told Grandma that, well, he was a nice boy, but he sure is bashful. One Sunday when we were over at Nick Peterson's, a friend of ours from the church, they had a lot of company over there. Some of their relation. And anyway, the relation was Carl Johnson. He had a stepdaughter by the name of Doris Clark. Of course, we kids was playing the piano and singing along and having a good time. I kind of got acquainted with her. Found out where she lived. It was down on the Indian reservation, down below Blackfoot. Well, I started making dates with her. I'd write a letter. I didn't know for sure when I'd be able to get away, so I'd just write a letter and tell her I'd be down such a certain day. Well, it was a long ways back to the falls, so we'd just go to the show in Blackfoot, and that's as far as we'd leave. Then, later on, Fred and I were back at that soda fountain place, the same one that we'd been in before, and there's a pair of red-headed twins working there, Violet and Viola. After several trips back there, why, Fred, he kind of took a liking to the one. I never could tell them apart myself. But finally, Fred asked her for a date. Okay, says, but says, when I go out, why, my sister goes with me, and generally our older sister and another girlfriend. Okay. Fred says, I got a buddy that generally goes with me too, so he made a date with her, went up to pick him up. Quite a surprise. Her older sister was Florence, the same girl that Grandma had set me up with the first time. And their girlfriend was Nadine Wood, that Fred and I had gone to school with in the grade school several years. So we went together, all four girls and two of us. We had a good time, going various places. We would hit quite often the roundhouse north of Rigby. That was quite a ways up there for us anyway. But I was going with Doris in Blackfoot. But Fred, he liked the redhead, so we'd kind of alternate off back and forth which way we went. Florence was real nice. and I liked her. But Nadine, she kept bugging me. She was about the same size as Fred and I both together. She'd call me on the phone, and, well, I tried to be polite, but sometimes it was difficult. Then, one night in, I think it was about November or December, Fred and I and the 4 girls went out to the Wandermere dance hall. This is the Armory. It was south of Idaho Falls, just a little ways. Okay, this is the Wandermere. It was south of Idaho Falls a little ways, about where Clark concrete blocks are. It was a real nice dance hall, and a lot of popular bands came there. This one night that Fred and I were in there with the 4 girls, dance was going on. Fred was dancing around there. I never did care for it too much, but who should we see? But along there come Doris with some of the Johnson boys, some of her stepdad's relation. She seen me, and I seen her, but no words were exchanged. A few days later, after we got home, I got a Dear John letter. After seeing me with those 3 or 4 girls there, she decided I didn't need her anymore. Yeah, Fred and I continued to run around with the other 4 girls for a while. And Fred and I keep running together. We'd smoke each other's cigarettes, trade matches with one another. That is, every once in a while, either one of them might be loaded. He wasn't sure when you get a hold of a loaded cigarette or a loaded match. Then we got to using the Air Force expression Roger instead of yes. One night while we were bar hopping, we come into the Sierra Club. We'd set up there, and everything that'd come along, why, Roger, Roger. Finally, there's a young woman come up to us, and, you boys in the Air Force? Roger. Just got home from being overseas in Italy, home on our furlough and vacation for a while. We fed her one heck of a big line, and finally told, well, I guess in order to keep up our schedule, why, we better leave out of here, and so we keep up with everything. We went out the door. Actually, what we meant, we better get out of here before we get our story mixed up. In the early winter of '48, the heavy snow started coming down. The Wandermere here has Santa Claus and his reindeer decorated up on top of it. After the heavy snows, this is what it looked like later. The roof had caved in entirely, and that was the end of the era of the Wandermere in Idaho Falls. In January of '49, Grandpa Paulson, who is Mom's dad, was out here visiting with us. We received word that his sister, Ida Paulson, had passed away in Newman's Grove. I was working at the Bonded at the time, but I took a few days off to where we could go back to Grandma's funeral, or to Aunt Ida's funeral. And so the next day, Grandpa Paulson and I got on the train and headed for Nebraska. Mom and Betty was going to come back later. we got back to whoa, a minute, stop. Anyway, when we got back to Columbus, Nebraska, that was, you might say, the end of the main line. So from Columbus up to St. Ed, we had to ride in the caboose of the train. It was a freight train. Had a little pot-bellied stove in there, and boy, it was just about red hot. But it wasn't red hot in that caboose, that's for sure. After we got to St. Ed, Grandpa decided, well, he needed a little lift. So he hunted up a bar. He went in and ordered him a straight shot and asked me, what, would you like something? So I ordered the whiskey sour with him. I don't know if any of the other grandkids ever did take a drink with Grandpa. Well, we had the one drink. He decided that was enough for him. So then we went on up to Mildred and Martin Wirtz's place. They were living there in Nebraska then. I got to talk to Jermaine, visit with her a while, and I really wasn't too serious about anything yet, but I was starting to think about it. But just by talking to her, why, she was just starting her fling. I was pretty well through mine, so that was no good. So then Martin Wirtz took us on out to Heidi and Vic Nelson's place. While we were at Heidi and Vic's, before the funeral ever started, we got snowed in. They don't have all the equipment back there like we do. They have a lot of it. So we had to shovel about a quarter of a mile of the roadway so we could get through. This is me in the front, and Donley Nelson is in the back there. He was so cold that Donnie froze his ears that day. This is what the road looked like after we finally got it shoveled out. We took the Model A. The Model A Ford, it had more clearance than any of the rest of the cars did. After we got back home, we found that we had quite a bit of snow then too. The wind had been blowing pretty hard and just piling it up in drifts. That's the Spud Cellar you can see in the back behind the snowdrift there. I believe this was Dad standing on top of the snowdrift. The Spud Cellar in the background. We were feeding cold potatoes to the cattle at that time. So we'd take a sack of spuds, go up over the snowbank and on over to the corral. We thought maybe we'd change that idea. So we shoveled a tunnel through the snowbank, one big enough that we could stand up with a sack of spuds on our shoulders and walk through that snowbank. The next morning, our tunnel was just about half plugged up. Well, we cleaned it out a little more and went through there again. The next morning, it was almost completely plugged up. So we got to use it twice. We decided to give the idea up. It wasn't worth it. It had everything pretty well covered up. There's a tractor there. We can see part of it. The corrals in the background, they were 7 feet high. The snow was packed in there so tight, we decided we better shovel some of the snow away from the fence to keep the cattle from walking over the snowbanks and over the top of that 7-foot fence and going on out into the field. Dad's car was parked in the cellar, so we had to shovel through the snowdrift, make it big enough for the car to go through. This is Dad standing in the center of it. When we hooked onto the car and started through there, we got just in the center of that snowdrift, and it spun out. He got stuck. It was so narrow they couldn't roll down the window and crawl out. He couldn't open the doors. I had to go harness the team, the horses, and hook onto the car and pull him out of there. They used a bulldozer to push the snow out of the road so we could get through with the cars again. This is the road after they got it opened up. Dad's a little 36 Chevy. With the roads reopened again, why, it was time to start back to work in the spud house again. Les was living in town at that time. He had quit farming. And at noon, I would go over to their place and eat dinner with them. During the noon hour, one of the neighbor girls would start coming over. That is when I first met Donna. She was 16. She would come over there to Les and Beulah's place at noon just about every day while we were eating dinner. Later, we started going together. In the summer, I helped Dad on the farm again with the farming. And then Mom hired Donna to come help do some house cleaning and whatnot. That fall, when we started digging spuds, I went out in the field. Anyway, Dad and I went out in the field early one morning to get everything started going. We forgot the spud sacks. So I jumped in Dad's old truck. I headed for the house to get some more spud sacks. And just as I come up to the haystack, when I got just close to it, Mom popped out from the other side with the car. We had taken the fence down in between the field there. Mom turned the steering wheel, went right straight on out into the field. I turned the steering wheel of the truck and ran right into the end of the haystack to keep from hitting her. When I come back out to the field, why, Dad looked at the truck. He said, what happened to that truck? So what's the matter with it? I don't know. It seemed to be all right. It steered a little funny. We looked at the front end and the wheels were going this way. I took the one wheel into the haystack and bent the tie rod on it. We got that straightened out and went ahead digging spuds. Got that finished. Then after the spuds was out, Les and I decided to go hunting. Before we left, I went down to see Donna. She wanted to go along quite bad, but that wasn't quite the thing to do at that time. We were not married as yet. I was rather enthused about the hunting trip myself. This is the cabin we were going to, east of Ledor. That is a little barn over on the right-hand side. That was a real nice little hunting cabin when we first started going up there. It had a door on it, had windows in it, had a stove in it, and a little table. It was real nice then. I believe that was the year that I got the big elk. Les and Mackie and I, all three got an elk the same day in about the same place. Put all three of them on that little Jeep of his and hauled them out. Boy, did we have a load. This buckskin mare that I had bought earlier, she had a colt. He was a real nice, pretty little Palomino. He was just green broke here, and I finally sold him for $195. Then I also had to sell the mare later because I was getting married and had no place to keep her. I got $35 out of her. That's the same price that I gave for her several earlier. The 12th of January, 1950, Donna and I were married. We had bought a house on 1053 Bannock in Idaho Falls. We moved in there, and I continued working at the bonded warehouse until the end of the season. Well, I figured I could find some farm jobs, some odd jobs, keep me busy all summer long. That didn't work out that way. Things was pretty sparse that first year, and then as soon as the spud house opened up again, I went back into the bonded again. This time for $1.25 an hour. Then the next spring, in April, we rented our house out, and I went to work for a farmer, one of the neighbors, for Charles P. Kirksey, for $160 a month, and a house. I knew what kind of a guy he was to work for because I knew him. And before I ever started work, we had an agreement on the hours, what type of hours he was going to work. Well, along about the last part of June, he hollered at me one evening to wanted to come help him. So I didn't even put my cap on. I just went out and stepped up on the tractor, and he headed down for the field. I asked him, where are we going? Well, he said, we're going to go cultivate spuds. Well, so I thought maybe my work was done for tonight. Oh, no. He was the type of guy that worked till 11, 12, 10 or 11 o'clock at least, every night if he got a chance. I told him, no, I said, that ain't what we agreed upon. Well, he said, if you don't go out with me now, you ain't going to work for me anymore. Well, I just stepped off in the tractor and went back to the house. I decided I wasn't going to work them kind of hours. That was the end of that farm job. Our house was rented out, and Les had bought a house on Lava Street. Well, the upstairs was empty, so he let us move into it. And about the second morning or so, Les was working for Peter Kiewitz and Sons up at Du Bois. They were building a road up there. He'd started to work and picked up the rest of the boys. They were carpooling. Well, there's one man short. So they swung back around there, and Les hollered at me. He said, you want to go to work today? Sure, you betcha I do. So I started work for Peter Kiewitz too, tending chuck on a wagon drill. That's helping them to get their steels in position and in the drill and move the wagon drill around and whatnot. So I went to work up there for them, $1.75 an hour. Dave was born the 27th of July, 1951. Here is Dave. He was 1 year old then. That's quite a bit later. When he was born, he only weighed 4 pounds and 9 ounces. We took him home. He weighed 4 pounds and 6 ounces. Had him all wrapped up in a blanket and handed him to me. Where is he? All I had was blankets. I didn't even know which end was up on it. The next day, the 28th of July, Grandpa Sampson passed away from a stroke. Then we had finished the road job up at Du Bois, so Kiewitz moved to Jerome. So Les and I both went with them. I rented a house down there on 201 West 4th Street in Jerome. We were getting $1.90 an hour. I had advanced to a drill then. Well, I spent the season with them down there until they closed up. Then we moved back to Idaho Falls and got back in our house again. And I went to work for Henry Hurley in the Spud House then for $1.25 an hour. Then the next summer, I worked for Ellsworth Brothers down in the garage, cleaning cars, and changing tires, and wash jobs, lube jobs, under seal, whatever, for $175 a month. From there, I went down to Haver & Produce in the Spud House again at $1.25 an hour. Then the following summer, I got back on a construction job, running a jackhammer and drilling for a sewer project for Ray Coleman out of Ogden at $1.45 an hour. Then back to Haven Produce again. I stayed in the Spud House a little bit too long that year. And the time the Spud House was over, all the jobs were gone. Donna's brother, Marvin, he was home from the service then, and we were both looking for work. Couldn't find anything around here, so we started north, went clear to Salmon. The employment office pointed me toward John Schultz down at Lemhi. So I talked to him, and I was going to irrigate for him. Boy, that irrigation in that country is entirely different than what it is down here. I found out I didn't know the first thing about irrigating up there. But I stayed with him as a farmhand, worked all summer, and then when it comes spud digging time, I'd never seen that before. But they paid you $1 an hour to pick spuds. It wasn't by the basket. While we were up there, we met some of the people that had worked for him previously and got pretty well acquainted. And they would come over and visit with us every once in a while. We lived right on the bank of Hayden Creek, and the fishing was real good. One morning I went out and right on the bridge, I seen a big fish down there. And looking around previously, I'd found a couple of spears that someone had left there before. So I went and got that spear, went back out on the bridge, and I threw it down there and I speared that fish. And I brought him out on the bank, and I knew what it was. It was a salmon. But I'd always heard that the salmon were no good after they had spawned. He only measured 26 inches, 32 inches from tip to tip. Well, I just laid him down on the ditch bank there and went on to work. This friend come over and asked, "Don't you want that fish?" Donna told him no. She said, "They no good now." "Oh, yes it is. I'll take it home and cook it if you don't want it." So she did. Then later, they were back over and we was playing cards, whatnot, and they had a boy that was, he was about 18, imagine. He told me, "So, well, let's go fishing." "Okay. How are we going to do it?" "Well, let's take these spears out there and we'll go fishing." "Well, did you ever try shining a flashlight in the water? You can't do it. It'll look back at you." "Okay, you get your gas lantern. Cut it open, put a 2-pound coffee can over it. Cut a little opening in here where the light can get out. It hides you from behind it. The light can come out through this hole. You can look clear to the bottom of that stream." We caught quite a few fish that night with the spear. Well, in the fall, Dad helped me move back to Bannock again. And I went to work for Hay and Produce again that year, $1.25 an hour again, until March of '55. The 1st of April, I went to work for Hollis Becker, a farmer out in Oakland Valley, for $2.25 a month plus a house. During the summer, there was a canal that went right close to the house. It wasn't just a little ways from there. During the summer, Dave, he had a tendency to go down there and play in the water on the edge of that canal. I told him several times, stay away from there. Well, I'd catch him down there playing again. One day the canal was down where the water was only about a foot deep. And I caught him down there playing in the water, and I had my hip boots on. I'd been irrigating. I went down there and I gave him just a little nudge. For a splash right out into the canal he went. So I stepped in there and picked him up and brought him back out. We didn't have any problems with him playing in the water anymore. Then I went back, after that fall, I went back to work for Hay and Produce again, this time for $1.35 an hour, up until February of '56. Then Dad had moved down onto Blackburn, 120 acres south of where we were. This is the house on that place of Blackburn's, and Dad thought, well, maybe 120 acres, it might be big enough to where both of us could make a living on there and not have to work too hard. So he gave me $100 a month plus a percentage of the crop. Unless he had started farming again, he moved on to Virginia Blackburn's South 80 that we had previously run. We traded work back and forth all summer. And I had in the irrigating, Dad had bought a little Harley Davidson 125 motorcycle to ride for irrigating. That worked real well. Ditch banks were just a little bit narrow, but if you were careful, why, you could stay on top. Well, farming didn't quite pay out for both of us. I got a percentage of the crop of spuds. And at the end of the year, I just about made wages. Dad lost about $1,000. So that didn't pay off. Then I went back to work for Hay and Produce again. And this time I was running the country crew. Dave, he was real proud of that. He'd run around the house there. I'm the boss of the country crew, playing, I'm the boss of the country crew. But he also got rheumatic fever then. So they said. We'd have to take him in for Sedrate, get it checked and medication for it, and everything we done didn't seem to help any. And Donna didn't drive, so I would have to take time off from work to take him into the doctor. And finally, we took him into Dr. Orchard. He didn't have rheumatic fever at all. He darn near had aspirin poisoning. He gave him a few treatments, and it wasn't just a very short time till he was straightened up, and boy, he felt swell. He didn't have rheumatic fever at all. The next March, I went to work for Dave Samuelson down in Shelley, just a mile east of Shelley, for $250 a month plus a house. That's when Dave started to school in the first grade down to Shelley. Then I went to work for Tobby's that year, that fall, down in Shelley, and I worked on the country crew, and then in the warehouse, then in the summertime on the farm. They were two different companies, but still they were incorporated, you might say. Then I moved from Samuelson's place up to the county line between Shelley and Idaho Falls. But I continued working for Tobby's and L.B. Holden Farms. Started to work for $1.35 an hour. Time we got done is up to $1.45. And on the farm during the summer, we were paid $3.25 a month. There was no house furnished. I worked there for 6 years. Out on the farm, there were all kinds of rabbits out there. That is out in the desert about 12 miles west of Idaho Falls here. So we started carrying little .22 pistols with us, several of us. We would shoot rabbits with it, and there was a couple times that there were 3 deer started across the place there. They didn't make it. I didn't get in on the kill of them. I got in on the butchering. They come down and got me to help dress them out, clean them. There were 12 of us on the crew, so it worked out real well. Just a quarter apiece for each one of us. There's a lot of antelope out there. One day we all decided we was going to get some antelope. Bring your big hunting rifle out. Okay, we did. After we work, we'd go out and move the lines in the morning, and then let the rest of them set for 2 or 3 hours to drain and dry off a little bit, and then we'd go out and move the rest of them before we went home. But that time in between, we didn't have anything to do, sit in the bunkhouse and play cards or whatever. So we went out to get us an antelope. We got into that herd, and boy, it sounded like a young war going on. Not one antelope dropped. 2 or 3 days later, one of the boys, we'd seen a coyote out there. So one of the boys and I decided we'd go get that coyote. I jumped in the pickup, and he had a .22 rifle. He stood in the back end of it. Well, he didn't ever see the coyote, but we ran into the antelope again. I'd driving along there, and I'd shoot right out the window. It was right on top of him. And he was standing in the back of the pickup. Well, them little .22s, we brought home 3 of them again. And then also one day when they was moving lines coming back to the house, there was a pheasant running across the road. Hey, Bob, there's a pheasant there. Okay, and I jumped out and pulled my gun out, went down there looking for him in the beet rows. He's running down the row there, and I start to pull down. He'd jump over the row. Well, I'd get over there and get ready at him again. He'd jump over the row. Finally, he got clear down to the end of the field. He was about, probably 50 yards away. And here he took off and flew. Well, you dirty bugger, and I pulled down kablooey. He just folded up and he hit the ground. Well, a little later, another year even, in the fall, there was some bunch of geese was flying over. They were real low. They come right over the top of us in the vehicle we were riding in. Hey, Bob, there's some geese a-coming. Okay, when they got fairly close, I started opening up on them. I shot here, and I shot there, and I shot up here, and when I got over here, there was one of them folded up and hit the ground. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't hit them coming toward me, but I think I know now. those feathers are just hard enough and slick enough, I believe they would deflect that bullet without it hitting them. But when they got past you, then you go underneath the feathers. That goose, I'd got him right through the heart. November 17th, 1959, Stephen was born. We moved back into the little second house that was on the place that Dad was farming, and we lived there until 1963 when he had his sale. January 30th of 1961, Janet was born. She wasn't very big either, but she was the largest of all three of them at the time of birth. It's almost hard to tell which one is who. That is Janet with the two dolls there. Stephen became quite helpful to see him checking out the dryer to see if there's anything wrong with it. He would also help out in the yard, pushing the milk cart around. The first time that either one of them ever seen Santa Claus, boy, that was really an experience. Dad had his farm sale in 1962 and moved to town. So then we had to find another place to live. We moved to a place over on the bank of Sand Creek on St. Clair Road. It had been flooded by a flood earlier before, and the basement was muddy, but we got it cleaned up to where it was livable anyway. I continued to work for Tobby's. I'd worked from the very bottom down on the country crew going out and shoveling the spuds up to warehouse foreman. I was warehouse foreman in Shelley. Then on the farm, I worked out there until the spring, April, the 1st of April of 63. I left Tobby's and went to work for R.T. Romrell. We'd hit Tobby's up for a raise in money, which we had not had in the 6 years, and he was reluctant to pay it. So he told me, go out, and if you can find another job, go ahead and take it. I did. Within about 3 days, I went to work for Romrell's over in Ammon for $1.50 an hour, the welding. He also had the franchise for the farmhand equipment. The spreader, the manure spreaders, the hay stackers, everything. And sometimes I had to go out and service them. Then the second year, he moved to the North Highway in Idaho Falls. I helped him make the move. Up there, we also built truck beds. In the other part of the place, he built campers, the freeway campers. Dave went to work for him up there, too. After 3 years, I was making $2 an hour. I didn't think that was quite enough. I seen an ad in the paper for someone, they needed help at the First Street blacksmith. So I made an application there, and I got the job. Starting at $2.25 an hour. The next week, my wages were raised to $2.50 an hour. I worked there until I retired in 1993. My wages then were $8.45 an hour, plus health and hospital insurance premiums paid. While living on St. Clair, I don't remember what year it was, but I'd come home from work. It was after dark, and we were sitting at the kitchen table, Dave had just barely crawled out of the bathtub. It was in the summertime, and someone was screaming out on the road right in front of the house. I opened the window so I could hear what she was hollering about. She was hollering for help. There was a car in the canal upside down with a woman and two children in it. And her husband was in the canal trying to help them get out. I grabbed the flashlight. Dave come with me, and we went out there. Sure enough, that car was right bottom side up in that canal. The water was maybe knee deep. Good thing they'd been pulling water out for irrigation. Dave said, well, he said, here we go again. He just unbuckles his pants and drops them off, and into the water he went. I told him, try and get through that back window. Well, he picked up something and tried to hit it. Now he couldn't even hit the window. And he got around on the other side of the car, which was the passenger side. He got a hold of the door, and it come loose. It moved. The other fellow was down there. He got a hold of it with him. Between the two of them, they pulled the door open. Well, Dave reached in to help one of them out. First thing he got a hold of was the cushion of the seat from the back seat. It flowed to come out. He pulled it out, and it floated down the river. Then next he reached in. He got one of the kids. I run around up on the bridge up on top, and holding the flashlight yet, Dave brought the kid over to me and handed him up to me. And I set him down on the bridge. He went back and got the other one, brought it up and gave it to me. I don't know what happened to that other guy. I didn't see him anymore. Then he went back and got the woman and helped her get up out of there. Well, then the other fellow that was there, he showed up, and he took the woman and the kids over to his place for a change of clothes and to get dried out. Well, then the wrecker had to come out, pull the car out of the canal and whatnot. Next day, it come out in the paper. Well, you know that post register, they always get everything all screwed up. It was me that went in there and got the kids and the woman out of the car. So I called them up and told them different. It was Dave. Next day, they rerun it again. They still had it all screwed up, so I thought, just well, forget it. While living there on St. Clair, we also tried raising some rabbits. We had quite a few rabbits there. We get built up to 75 or 100 rabbits. Somebody would come in and clean us out, take all but just one or two of them. After about the third time of that happening, we decided that was enough. We gave up the rabbit business. Then I believe it was in the spring of 63, 64, I'm not sure. I planted some wheat out in the farm there. There was an old tractor there that if you pour water in the radiator fast enough, why, you could use it, and a grain drill. So we planted a few acres of wheat, watered it all summer, had to shovel the ditches out. When we got done, why, we hired it harvested to combined, and I had a fellow come in and cut the grain with the combine and haul it over to the elevators. I had no idea how come I planted that grain. Well, along the fall, we got ready to go hunting, and I stopped to see one of my buddies, Gordon Messick, about going hunting. Well, there he was, all swelled up with the mumps. He was just getting over them. Well, I went on home there, and I think it was about the 3 weeks later, I come down with the mumps. And, well, all the time Donna had had a drinking problem. And when I come down with the mumps, why, she was gone. Someone had to take care of the kids. So I stayed with them, took care of them, sent Dave to school. About the third day, they went down on me. By that time, she was home. But boy, was I sick. I wound up in the hospital. But to my surprise, they put me in a ward with a bunch of other guys. Apparently, I was over the worst part of it. I couldn't expose anyone else then. Then just a short time later, Dave, he come down with them. Well, we had heard the folklore or whatever. You tie a wool string around their stomach. The mumps will not go down on them. Well, we tried it, but we kept him down. We did not let him get up. He was lucky enough they did not go down on him. Janet and Steve, I think both had them. Very lightly. It was so light that you couldn't see them. It wasn't until after then that I knew why I planted the wheat. I sold the wheat. I did much more than get my seed back after giving the landlord his third of it. But it did help to keep her head above water while I had the mumps. Okay. In '64, I bought the old 49 Willys Jeep pickup. First thing I done was take it home there and go out on those sand hills, try it out, that four-wheel drive. Headed up that one sand hill, and I got up right to the edge of it, and I centered, teetered back and forth that way. So I finally got some boards and chucked under the front wheels, and they got a hold, pulled me on over. In the spring, I'm sure, of '65, the water melted quite rapidly. The snow melted quite rapidly. Sand Creek got full, and little more than full. They sandbagged across the road. I built a big dike, 18, 20, 24 inches high around the side of the garden there to keep the water from getting into the house. But the water was so deep, it was running over the top of the bridge. And I even seen a fish swim over the top of the bridge. But we did manage to keep it out of the house. By November of 1970, Donna and my life had become completely incompatible. Divorce had been filed several times. We had tried to make a go of it several times. It didn't work. On November 6th of 1970, the divorce was filed. And December 23rd of 1970, divorce was granted. I was granted the custody of the kids. Dave, 19, Stephen, 11, and Janet, 9. I feel that Bob and Anita Case were my best witnesses for character references and helping me get the custody of the kids. I was to pay Donna $40 per month for 1 year, beginning January 1st, 1971. I did, and exceeded that sum. Dave graduated from Skyline in 1971. With the Army was right hot after him, so he joined the Air Force. Dave was sleeping in the basement, but when he went to the Air Force in June. Now, this was in September, and the very first day of school for Steve and Janet. I got up early in the morning to get them off to school. I heard water running outside. I heard water running inside, and I looked outside, and there was water everywhere. I ran to the basement stairs. There was about a 3.5 or 4-inch stream of water pouring right down into the basement. It was already about 3.5 to 4 feet deep of water. The mattress off of Dave's bed was floating around on top of it. So I took a chance and I stepped over on that mattress, and it held me. It served as a boat, a buoy, to float around and pick up everything that was high enough that was not under the water as yet. Well, the kids made it to school all right, but I had to stay home from work, and I had one heck of a mess to clean up. After everything was dried out and back to normal again, I'd made arrangements with the neighbors, Sylvia Pancarry, to take care of the kids after school until I got home. She had children of her own going to school, and they lived just a little ways north of us. Being alone with full responsibility was quite a load and became somewhat depressing. Dave came home in the fall from on leave, and boy, it snowed. Before he got to go back, we were snowed in. He had to get an extension on his leave. But Mom told me, I know what you need. You need to get you to pay. Find you another woman. The barber, he told me, Mark Rapp, you need a wig. Well, I don't know. He said, I can get you one real reasonable. Finally decided to try it. Then I heard about parents without partners. So I decided to go to one of their meetings and see what they consisted of. It was a singles group. After going to 3 or 4 meetings, I found out that I was not alone. There were some others that were worse off than I was. One of the ladies in the group was Nello Hill. She was one of the first ones to give me a lift. He invited me over to her place to play cards, meet her boys, and she had to give me just a little pull, but we went places together. We went out to eat, we went to dances, Pierre's Playhouse. She's a wonderful gal. I had an inferior complex. No one would want me. One night, there was a meeting held at Nello Hills. When I came in, most of the seats were already taken, except one in the center on the couch. I looked all around, and at that time, one of the prettiest girls in the group was sitting on the end of the couch. He said to me, I don't bite. Sit down. I know you. I know who you are. You're a brother to Betty. Yeah, that's right. Got to talking to her for a while. Her name was Darlene Stauffer Rosen. We visited for a while. Then, a few days later, I called her on the phone. I made a date. We started going together. Naturally, I had competition. There were 3 of us trying to find favor with her. This went on for several months. Finally, in the outcome of it, I come out in second place. I'd lost again. I wondered why. On February 1st, 1972, I bought a house at 2101 South Emerson in Idaho Falls here for $11,500 with a payment of $90 per month. I moved in February 10th, 1972. The kids still went to the same school, which was Longfellow, and after school, they would go over to Mom and Dad's place until I got home from work. Then the Parents Without Partners expanded their area and started mixing with the Pocatello Singles Club. Well, we had socials, potlucks, and whatnot. I met another young lady down there that was quite nice, named Bobby Davies. We went together for a little while. Finally, one day she told me, well, she says, I like you, you're fun to be with, but I don't think you're the type of person I'm looking for. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for setting me down gently. Then there's another young girl there that I went out with one time. Her name was Lori Coffey. Then there was another one, Eva Wallen. We went together several times. She was a Catholic, a single girl. She'd never been married. And she was afraid of being excommunicated from her church should she marry someone outside the church. Well, that's her privilege. Now, Bobby Davies was a school supply person. Lori Coffey was training to be a school teacher. Eva, she was just a nice little girl. Homely as a mud fence, yeah. But she had the sweetest personality. You couldn't help but like her. Then there was another lady in our group. She was also a member of our church. I had known her for quite some time. Her name is Jean Metzger. We started talking between us and occasionally going to dances and running around together various places. She already was a school teacher. Then on December 31st of 72, Nello Von Hill had a New Year's Eve party. Some of the PW group were there. I was there. Dave, he was home on leave as he was stationed in Mountain Home, and he'd get to come home quite often. I met Merle and Barbara Radford that night. I assumed that they were married. Later, Nello told me that she had a friend that she would like to get started in the PWP group. I was president at that time, so I told her, good, the more the better. After Nello had persuaded her friend to come, it was Barbara Radford. After a few meetings, a few dances at Rigby with the Parents Without Partners, one weekend Dave was home again, and we had a meeting at Marion Rad's place. I told Dave, I think I'm going to make a play for that one. That was Barbara. Dave said that would be nice. She's a nice looking woman. After a dance in Rigby with the group attending, I asked Nello if she thought maybe Barbara would go with me. So you go ask her yourself. So I did. She said yes and agreed that we would go on a double date with Nello and another fellow by the name of Ralph. So we went out to a new restaurant that we had heard about, the European. It was operated by a Swedish woman, and it was excellent. And the four of us had a good time. Barb and I both experienced some of the same things in the group at the meetings or various times. When someone would ask us a question about the kids, whatever it may be, what would you do in such a certain case? The other one would answer with the exact words that the other one was thinking. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. Barbara and I became closer together and started going every place together. One day, Jean Metzger called me on the phone. I said, hello? Okay, who is she? I knew the voice. Well, I told her that is Barbara Radford. Well, good. She said, you know, my name used to be Radford too before I was married. We went ahead and visited and had a good time. She wished Barb and I the best. Okay. Barbara and I were engaged on her birthday, March the 10th of 1973. Art really didn't approve of his mother going with a long-haired hippie, let alone getting married to her. Another one of his objections was he didn't want to change his name. But that long-haired hippie, I think that was kind of got to him. But while I'm there, I've got to go back several years, back into the 48 or 49 somewhere, where I was working in the Spud house at the Bonded. We would work late hours. This one night, I come home about 10 o'clock. We'd already eat supper at the North Highway Cafe. Yeah, it was there then. It was there in the 50s too. In 50. In the early 40s. But anyway, I come home and I was ready to go to bed. First thing, make a trip out to the outhouse. So I went out to the outhouse there and sat down. Hadn't any more than got to sit down in there, and I seen the yard light come on. Well, here Dad was coming down the path. He was getting prepared to go to bed too. Well, it was dark. I left the door open. So as Dad approached the door, why, he stuck his hand out in front of him this way. I don't know why. All of a sudden, he put his hand on my top of my head. I had hair at that time. When his hand hit my head, he jumped back about 6 feet, stood there and looked, wondered what the heck was in there. I told him, come on in, it's a two-seater, you know. Well, I didn't even know you was home. But everything worked out all right anyway. I thought it might have been too late, but I guess not. Anyway, back at the ranch, Art didn't especially approve of that long-haired hippie. One night, I showed up out here without the haircut. Art didn't recognize me. He wasn't going to let me in. He told Barbara to come to the door, so she did. Then Feller said he seen what it looked like then. Pastor Nitz, he was a little bit hesitant about our marriage also because of the short time we had known each other. But Barb and I were married April 14th, 1973. We were married in the First Lutheran Church here in Idaho Falls, with Nello Von Hill as our bridesmaid and my son David as best man. And Pastor Nitz is there with us also. And here we are with both of our parents. Barbara and I spent our wedding night in Jackson, Wyoming, and then came home by way of Star Valley, Montpelier, and Pocatello. After we were married, Barb moved most of my stuff out of the house while I was working. That is, everything except a little piece of hose about that long that I had made for an elk call, and the heavy stuff. My elk whistle, I lost that. Don't know where that went. Anyway, we are of different religions, but we both believe that there was a power greater than ourselves that brought us together. We also agreed that even though we are of different religions, something was working right for both of us, so one would not try to convert the other into their religion. It has been wonderful. During the time I was going with the various ladies, it seemed as though most of them were the school personnel. I know I've made the right choice. I picked the school cook. It starts to show, too. I'm just about half again as big as I was when we got married. Barbara was also the secretary for the rock club. I would go with her to rock meetings, and when her yearly dues come along, she paid them. And then she told me, "You are now a member of the rock club." That's kind of getting railroaded into something, wasn't it? Barbara had a lot of patience with me, waiting for me to adjust to a different lifestyle and a woman that I could trust. I tried hard, but it was difficult after 20 years of not being able to trust your partner. But I finally did come through, I hope, and it is wonderful. We do things together: work, play, rockhound, vacation, enjoy life, and love each other. The rock club decided to run competition for the members in the club that had not displayed before, and they would put up a $50 prize for some of the dealers from some of the dealers in the show, a $50 gift certificate, I should say. This is the case that we entered in that show, and this is what happened with that show, with that case in the show. This got us started at building various types of clocks and lamps. We gave this one to Barbara's parents, as Toby was always stoking up that pot-bellied stove, getting it red hot. So he thought that would be quite appropriate for him. We also made a violin-shaped clock and gave to Mom and Dad, as Dad plays the violin. We made quite a variety of clocks. Some of them became quite complicated, such as cutting out the eyes in that cat. Each eye is 3 individual pieces. This was at another show. We made quite a variety. Even a few oddities. Don't let that toilet lid hit you on the head. This was our latest design, and I think that's the one that we have wound up with. I doubt we'll make any more. We also won a trophy down at the Twin Falls show in 1976. We have held the Rock Club steak fry out here for about the last 20 years. This is another steak fry. Barbara and I have both been president of the Rock Club. She was secretary for several years. I became equipment manager about 23 years ago and still have that position. So we are still active in the Rock Club. I guess better make a correction on that. That was in 1979 when I became equipment manager. That's been about 15 years now. In July of 1976, here we are building on another room on the house, making an addition. Actually, when you put 2 households together, we need more room for the furniture and belongings that we have. Also, that was the year of Mom and Dad's 50th wedding anniversary. We kind of wanted to have some place to hold that, to where the entire family could be together and visit without being interrupted by someone else like you would be in a cafe. We got the room closed in time for their anniversary. We had many people here and thoroughly enjoyed it. This is what the front of the house looks like now, after the expansion and adding on to the porch also. Barbara's stepdad passed away in 1977, leaving her mother alone. She lived alone then until May 4th of 1980. She then came and lived with us until she passed away on March 1st of 1984. In May of 1984, Dad got a permit for us to start building the shop out here. After we figured out how to get the shingles up on top, there's Dad and I up there nailing some of them down. In 1983, I was vice president of the Rock Club, so I finally persuaded Fred to join me and we start trying to play together. It had only been 32 years since we had played together before. But I finally persuaded him into it, and this is what happened. maybe with a whole bunch more practice, we could learn to play together again. In 1985, I became the president of the rock club then. Held that position for 2 years. And in the 10th of June in 85, I had a heart attack. That laid me up for about 7 weeks. But they performed an angioplasty, and it has worked quite well. I hope. It's still working anyway. Then also in 85, while I was recuperating, we took a trip back to Nebraska, to Wyoming, actually, back to the old homestead where Granddad homesteaded years ago. Then in 86, Charlie, Dad's older brother, found out he had cancer. And he was going to need someone to help care for him. Mom was in pretty bad shape at that time, too. And we weren't about to let Dad take over and take care of him, too, or we wouldn't have any of them. So we brought Charlie out here, and the doctor gave him about 3 months to live. And that's about all the longer it lasted, was 3 months. November 4th, 1986, Mom and Dad celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary. Then the next year, October 4th, 1988, Mom passed away. Well, in 89, we decided we'd go back to Nebraska. It'd been a long time since I'd been back there, and a long time since Dad'd been back there. We'd like to see some of the places that we had been, and I got to see the place where I went to school, where I started school, and the place where I was born. The house was gone, but you can't take the land away too easily. We had a real good trip. In 89, we went out to Washington. Actually, we went to Oregon first to see Betty and Ron. Then Ray and Cora come down there, and we went up to Mount St. Helens, and then on up to Bremerton. While I was in Bremerton, Ray took us down to the beach. Or not the beach, but anyway, down to the docks where the boats were. And we seen them loading boats, whatnot. Well, on the way back, there was a car wash device that you could run your car through, and it would wash the salt water off from the car before you went home after you'd left it sitting there all day. So Ray was driving our car, one of those darn hardtop convertibles. Yeah. And he pulled into that car wash. The window started leaking a little bit. Well, I thought I'll push again that window and seal it. But when I pushed against it, it opened it up just about that wide, and boy, I got the full force of it. Cora hollered at Ray to get on through there. I was getting drowned in there. He pulled out. I told him, well, I always figured you'd get even someday, but I didn't think you'd wait 50 years to do it. He thought for a minute. Yeah, he said, I remember that thunderstorm. I felt the power of the Lord at that time, too. He knew what I was talking about, and that's what it was, just 50 years. Then in 92, Ray and Cora celebrated their 50th anniversary. So we made a trip out to Betty's and Debbie's in Oregon. We visited with them and went on up to Ray and Cora's in Bremerton. Then in 1993, we started building a museum. This is a picture of the inside of the building that we put up to house our oddities in. This is a picture of the inside of the building and part of its contents. We just had too darn much stuff in the house and in the shop and various places, so we had to put up another building to store it in at least. So we made halfway a museum. We're still adding to it just about every chance we get. In 1993, the 1st of August, I retired. Art hadn't been home for about 6.5 years. He got a chance to come home at that time. We were glad to have him. The whole family got together, lots of friends around. We had a big party. All of our kids are here except Dave. He had to be in the National Guard that weekend. But for Barbara and I, starting out with just 3 kids apiece, we wound up with quite a family. In October of 1994, Barbara and Dad and I went out to Oregon to visit with Betty and Ron and Debbie and Joe again, and Tim. We went out to the airport where Deb and Joe were keeping the airplane. Joe took Barbara and I both for an airplane ride. This is the first time that I'd ever been up in an airplane. Quite a surprise. Different feeling entirely than I had expected it. But it was fun, and we enjoyed our trip out there very much. We were just at the right time for the colors to be changing and then in the fall, and everything was really beautiful. Now I'm going to go back a ways to where, right after Barb and I was married, we were looking at some of the pictures that I had. This one was taken, I think, about in 1963. Dave is about 2 years old there. And 1953. The girl is Juanita Foreman, Donna's half-sister. She decided to leave home and come over and live with us for a while. I believe she was 18 at that time. But we were looking at that picture, and Barb says, "There's the house that we used to live in. That's the one right behind the brace on the corner post out there." I looked at it and I started thinking back. I remember Donna visiting with some of the neighbors. She went up to the first house on the corner. They were Radfords that lived there. She went on up the street just a little ways. She said there were some Radfords that lived up there too. Said they were really nice people. They said they didn't drink or anything. And that is Barbara's house there. That started me to thinking. There was one day that I was either working on my car or mowing the lawn. I'm not sure what it was. I seen a woman walking down the street on the far side. And even at that time, Donna had a drinking problem, and anyway, it was a little bit hard to handle. When I seen this woman walking down the street, somehow I knew who she was, and I thought to myself, I wish I had a woman like that. I bet she is true to her husband. Then things started to click. I knew then the reason things had happened in my life the way they did. I knew why our divorce had never went through. I knew why the girls I went with, it never did develop. Someone was looking after us. The time was not right. When the time was right, we got acquainted. We got married. She was the woman that I wished for over 20 years ago. That was way over 20 years ago. The Lord works in mysterious ways, but believe in Him, He works truly.